So, welcome. Welcome back to the City Council meeting for our regular portion of the meeting. So, we have just interviewed two candidates for the Human Relations Commission, and our next item on the agenda is adoption of resolutions expressing appreciation to John Melton and Asher Waldfogel upon completion of their terms as Utility Advisory Commissioners. I've asked Councilmember Scharf to read the resolution for John Melton, please.
Resolution of the Council of the City of Palo expressing appreciation to John Melton, Utilities Advisory Commissioner. Whereas John Melton, a Stanford University Business School graduate and longtime Palo Alto resident, served on the Utilities Advisory Commission from March 2004 through April 2015, serving 2 terms as Commission Chair. And whereas John Melton provided dedicated service to the residents and businesses of this community through review of utilities budgets, rates, and policies and practices, through employing his extensive knowledge of financial analysis, budget development, utilities operating and capital project expenditures, business strategies, and through his knowledge of utility industry matters. And whereas John Melton additionally served on other infrastructure-related Palo Alto commissions, including the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission, the Library Bond Oversight Committee, and the Storm Drain Oversight Committee. And whereas John Melton capably assisted in the development of the 10-year Energy Efficiency Plan, the Renewable Portfolio Standard, the Utility Strategic Plan, the Long-Term Electric Acquisition Plan, the Gas Utility Long-Term Plan, the 2010 Urban Water Management Plan, the Local Solar Plan, the Carbon Neutral Plan for the Electric Supply Portfolio, and with utilities rates for electric, fiber optics, natural gas, water, and wastewater collection. And whereas John Melton, as a participant on the Utilities Advisory Commission's Ad Hoc Budget Subcommittee, provided substantial review of proposed capital projects and operating budgets for the Utilities Department. And whereas John Melton made several trips to Sacramento and Washington, D.C. as an advocate of the Utilities Department policies for the City of Palo Alto. And whereas John Melton, in addition to his contributions to the Utility Department's programs and policies, over an 11-year period displayed a sense of humor and maintained a professional demeanor at all times, even when the Stanford women's basketball team lost. And whereas John Melton's consideration of concerns raised by the public and his willingness to listen to different points of view often resulted in joint recommendations made by staff and the Commission that were adopted by the City Council. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Palo Alto recognize the meritorious service of John Melton by commending his outstanding service and recording its appreciation, as well as the appreciation of the citizens of this community for the services and contributions rendered as a Utilities Advisory Commissioner. And I just wanted to say, is John here? Where's John?
I don't believe he's here.
I don't see John. Well, in that case, I'm not going to go on and on about how wonderful a commissioner John was. But I will tell you that John was an outstanding commissioner, and that I really did enjoy serving as the UAC rep from the City Council with John on the meetings. His points were always insightful, and he was a very thoughtful commissioner, and he'll truly be missed.
And I see Director Fong.
Thank you very much, Utilities Director Valerie Fong. John Melton is not able to be here. However, Commissioner Asher Waldfogel he's actually the Vice Chair, or was, has agreed to accept on his behalf.
All right, thank you. We'll make the presentation to both plaques to you at the same time then. So I've asked Councilmember Burt to read the resolution for Asher Waldfogel.
It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palo Alto expressing appreciation to Asher Waldfogel, Utilities Advisory Commissioner. Whereas Asher Waldfogel served as a Commissioner, Vice Chair, and Chair on the Utilities Advisory Commission from August 2008 through April 2015, and whereas Asher employed his extensive knowledge of financial analysis and business strategy through his review of Utilities Department budgets and rates, rate structure design, capital projects, and many other utilities policies and practices, and provided dedicated service to the residents and businesses of this community. And whereas Asher also served on the Library Citizens Technology Advisory Group, and as the Utilities Advisory Commission's liaison to the Technology and Connected City Committee for the City of Palo Alto. And whereas Asher provided guidance and insights to the Utilities Department engaged in the development of the 10-year energy efficiency goals, the Renewable Portfolio Standard, the Utility Strategic Plan, the Long-Term Electric Acquisition Plan, the Gas Utility Long-Term Plan, the 2010 Urban Water Management Plan, the local solar plan, the carbon neutral plan, the utilities legislative policy guidelines, and utilities rates for the electric, fiber, natural gas, water, and wastewater collection utilities. And whereas Asher made recommendations to the City Council on matters such as governance and led the effort for the UAC to adopt bylaws, and whereas Asher paid particular attention to policies that dealt with utilities rates and rate design, he asked penetrating questions regarding fairness for all ratepayers, advocated for effective communication of rate changes, and he recommended changes to policies that underline rate design, including advocating discussion in advance of the completion of the cost of service analysis. And whereas Asher displayed particular attention and passion for the build-out and development of the fiber utility, whereas Asher engaged the community, council members, and academics in an effort to help shape recommendations for utilities for the City of Palo Alto. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Palo Alto recognizes the meritorious service of Asher Waldvogel by commending his outstanding public service and recording its appreciation, as well as the appreciation of the citizens of this community for the services and contributions rendered.
Thank you both to Councilmembers Burt and Scharf for reading those. And Vice Mayor Schmidt has some comments.
Just like to thank Asher very much for his work on technology and utilities, two areas that are of critical importance to Palo Alto and that need deep and thoughtful look at. Thanks for what you've done over the last decade.
Councilmember Scharf.
So I also would like to say a few words about Asher. I'm also going to really miss you on the Utilities Advisory Commission. You had a unique ability to ask really probing questions that were outside the box. And I thought that was really, really helpful and often sparked conversation at the UAC that otherwise people wouldn't have had, and delving much deeper. And I thought you brought a lot to the commission. So I'm sorry that you'll be leaving.
So I'd like to add my voice of appreciation for, where'd he go? There you are, you moved. To Asher for your commitment. 7 years is a long time to serve on any board or commission. Your public service has been stellar, and really appreciate your dedication. It's heavy lifting that UAC does, and it takes a lot of intellect and a lot of energy to participate for such a long period of time, and really appreciate your effort in that regard. Councilors, we need a motion, and can we do these together, or do we need individual motions?
I think you can do them together.
So need a motion to recommend resolutions?
Second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Burt and a second by, I heard Councilmember Niss second, to pass the resolution. So vote on the board, please. And those so very surprisingly pass unanimously, so congratulations, and I'll meet you down here and hand you actually yours and John's. So our next item on the agenda is item number 3, and we are honored by a presentation, the Community Partnership presentation by Palo Alto Mediation Program. So welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is Minka Vanderswag with the Office of Human Services, and it's my pleasure to introduce the volunteers and staff for the Palo Alto Mediation Program. This is a group that I work with a lot in Human Services, as does the Human Relations Commission, who hears quarterly reports on the services that they provide. They're going to give a little introduction to what they do, and I invite Diane Mattis, their co-chair for this year, to come up, and she'll invite the others of the group up as those times come in the presentation. So Diane, welcome.
Thank you, Minka. So, good evening. As Minka said, I'm Diane Mattis. I'm the co-chair of the Palo Alto Mediation Group. I'm here with some of my co-mediators, as well as Paul Hebert from Project Sentinel, our administrative arm. We usually work with the Human Relations Commission, but our HRC liaison, Mehdi El Hassani, encouraged us to come to council, as there's a number of new members on council this year, and he thought it would be a good opportunity to introduce ourselves or reintroduce ourselves and to tell you about the services we provide in the community. Currently, PAMP has 22 volunteer mediators who all live or work in Palo Alto. We've been in existence since 1971 in different forms, and while most of us were not there at the beginning, many of the mediators have been with the organization for over 10 years. And one of our mediators, just this week, Karen Michael, who's here, was recognized by the National Association for Community Mediation and was selected as the 2015 fourth quarter outstanding volunteer. So we're really excited about that. So mediation services are offered to people who live or work or own property in Palo Alto. And also many of our mediators volunteer as facilitators in community meetings. We do outreach through our website and the neighborhood networks, as well as working with many city departments such as police, code enforcement, and animal control. So they have a place to refer people when there's an issue that they can't resolve themselves. We hope to be doing some outreach at the libraries, and in the last couple of months, we've been really enjoying using the new library rooms for mediations. It's a great change from Cubberley, so we're thrilled with that. As mediators, we try to help people in the community resolve conflicts, some of which may be going back as many as 20 years. These can range from landlord-tenant issues such as security deposits, rent increases, neighbor-to-neighbor issues such as noise fences, trees, disagreements about housemates, or disagreements with homeowners associations. Each year we handle about 140 cases, of which about half result in mediation, and of those, approximately 90% have a positive outcome. PAMP also works with the Palo Alto Mandatory Response Program, which is a process established by city ordinance. This program provides conciliation and mediation services for tenants and landlords. It applies to rental properties where the landlord owns or operates 2 or more rental units in the city, and covers disputes ranging from rental increases to deposits to privacy and quiet enjoyment. This year, we've had 14 potential MRP cases. Of these, 8 voluntarily agreed to mediate, and 7 reached an agreement. 3 were conciliated by phone, and 2 were resolved through counseling. We have 1 still pending. So we're getting very, very good outcomes from the ordinance, and it's really a wonderful tool to have. So as Palo Alto has become more culturally diverse, we believe the mediation program provides a bridge for helping people with misunderstandings and miscommunication that they face in the community. We hope that by having the mediation program available as a free service to Palo Alto, we are contributing by making it a stronger community and a great place to live. We want to thank you for your continuing support, and we want to talk about a new program, which Paul Hebert is going to talk about from Project Sentinel.
Thank you, Diane. We just wanted to add a piece of the outreach that's a little bit new this year is a result of an uptick in the number of landlords calling for help. A lion's share of the calls we take are from tenant-landlord issues, but mostly it's the tenants calling for help. So the fact that a lot of landlords are facing difficult situations with their tenants had us decide to offer a training specifically targeting the smaller or new landlords, people who are just renting out a room in their home or who have inherited a home or are living in half of a duplex, things like that. And these people tend to step into it with good intentions about ownership or investment and not much preparation for the role of landlord. So we will be doing outreaches to the community, specifically targeting those folks to help them learn how to deal proactively with the things that they're facing. So that's something new. And so at this point, if you have any questions of us, we're happy to answer them.
Council members, questions? I think the big comment that we would make really isn't a question, it's a thank you. So it's more of a comment and appreciation and expression of our gratitude. Thank you so very much, and for the long years of service that many of you put into this organization, and for your assistance with community members. Much appreciated.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you for taking the time out to come this evening. So next is appointments for board and commissions. And have the clerks collected all except for my ballots? Councilmember Sharf, yes.
We, at least in the packet with the resignation, are we going to vote for 3 or are we going to vote for 2? The ballot says 2. I'd like to see us vote for 3, I think.
We're doing 3.
But the ballot actually said 2, I think. Vote for 2. At least the ballot I got. So I'd
3
like to,
on which?
on Utilities Advisory Commission.
UAC.
On UAC. I'd like
It
to
says
vote
vote for 3.
Really? On the one I got, it says vote for 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I voted for 3.
3-year terms. Okay, yes. Vote for 2. Can clerk?
So
Mayor
we should.
Holman.
Let's hear from the clerks, yes.
Mayor Holman and council members, Beth Minor, city clerk. We were going to vote first for the 2 full terms, and then after that was completed, we were going to have you vote for the 1 unexpired term.
Just for information's sake, could you remind us when that unexpired term expires?
The 1 expired term expires on April 30th, 2016.
Okay.
So given that, have council members filled out their ballots? Since the clerks are just now collecting our ballots, we can go on and come back to the tally of our votes. So we next go to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And I'm not aware of any. City manager comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Number of items to report. All good news. Did want to share that once again this year, Lalo Perez, our Chief Financial Officer, David Ramberg, Assistant Director in Administrative Services Department, received on behalf of the city the Government Finance Officers Award for Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 2014 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. ASD, the Administrative Services Department, and our city have received this award going back 18 years, which represents a long-term consistent record of exemplary financial management. It is the highest form of recognition in governmental accounting and financial reporting, and its attainment represents, again, a significant accomplishment by government and its financial management. Along those lines, I did want to share, I think in response to a comment, also a question that the mayor asked last week, that the fiscal year 2016 proposed budget has been released on the OpenGov Open Data website. As you know, again, in 2012, our city was the first in the nation in presenting its adopted budget in detail in the OpenGov online platform. And with that platform, visitors to the site can actually analyze changes in costs, revenues, et cetera, at a more detailed level than is shown even in the budget document that we present to the council, and in many ways simpler for the layperson to read and take a look at. So I know you had interest in that. It is out there in advance of the start of the Finance Committee's budget hearings tomorrow night. An eventful weekend this weekend, of course, reporting on the Mayfet Parade and Fair, which many of the council members and obviously our citizens were there at the 93rd Annual Mayfet Children's Parade and Fair. It was a resounding success. Special thanks to Mayor Holman for her special support this year. And a few highlights for this year's parade include that there were 87 total entries this year versus 62 last year in 2014. The extended parade route, which went down University all the way to Webster, across to Homer, and ended at Heritage Park, supported also the addition of block parties for senior residents at Channing House, Lytton Gardens, and staff and volunteers had tables and chairs set up along the parade route with light refreshment donated by Whole Foods for our senior residents, and certainly can tell you that walking along in them, they were really cheered by all of that youthful energy and attention. As many of you, council members and mayor, driving in some amazing cars, very historic cars. Remember cars, there won't be very many around in the future. Anyway, maybe the hit of the whole event, of course, was Project Palo Alto Perry, our avatar donkey, who was present at the parade. And you will recall this project won competition at For the Love of Palo Alto community event earlier this year. My understanding is we did try to have Perry available for my comments tonight, but he is he's got a full dance card for the weeks ahead, and the folks who had reserved him for the evening were not going to give them up, even for us at the council meeting. I was hoping to have a few pictures to show you again, but if you're not on Twitter, jump on Twitter and sort of follow the city Twitter page, and you'll see people all over the community enjoying Perry. We had more middle and high school youth participation than in previous years, including robotics teams, drama clubs, and an anti-bullying student club in the East Side Prep and East Palo Alto joined the parade this year. We had new sponsors. We had almost twice as many floats as last year. And again, the fair is organized, the fair at Heritage Park is organized by the Palo Alto Recreation Foundation and the Kiwanis Club of Palo Alto. Thank you for all of their good works, lots of activities and fun, and again, a resounding success. Later, Saturday evening, several of us were at the Adolescent Counseling Services fundraising and awards dinner at the Jewish Community Center. The mayor was there, Councilmember Niss, myself. There were some, the event was emceed by Assembly Member Rich Gordon. More than $150,000 for ACS was raised at the meeting. The mayor received an award from Adolescent Counseling Service recognizing the city's support for ACS and youth well-being over the many years. And we heard some compelling, poignant stories from individual youth, young people now in early adulthood themselves, whose lives were saved or enriched by the kinds of services provided by Adolescent Counseling Services. So a great evening there. Speaking about the changing world of cars again, give bike commuting a try. This next Thursday, May 14th, again is Bike to Work Day, May 14th, 2015, from 6:30 to 9 a.m. So as we do every year, celebrate cycling, get rewarded at energizing stations along popular bike routes in bike-friendly Palo Alto. And again, starting early in the morning, the Alma Bike Bridge near Alma Street and Palo Alto Avenue, so cyclists traveling through there can stop and get their bikes tuned up, visit with other riders, enjoy some fresh fruit. City Hall on the Ellen Fletcher Bike Boulevard, which is actually right there at Bryant and Hamilton. At the California Avenue Caltrain Station, I think this will be a really special location this year because the week before we'll actually have been celebrating the reopening of the Cal Avenue project and the new plaza, and everything there at that location I think is going to be a really big hit. And then as always at the Wilkie Way bike bridge between Wilkie Way and Miller Avenue, which is a really special place. If you haven't been down there, that's worth a nice and easy ride. Okay, more good news about Mitchell Park. We have received our official LEED certification, receiving Platinum LEED certification, the highest possible. And in fact, the project earned 92 points out of 100. A project only needs 80 points in order to reach the Platinum level. So this is no small accomplishment by everybody who's been involved in this project. Very many thanks, of course, to the council for your leadership on pushing that sort of design for the building, and to our Public Works staff team for their hard work in supporting the designation. I'm almost done, Madam Mayor. Our city will be partnering with the Palo Alto Medical Foundations on the Linkages Time Bank program. This is a neighborhood service exchange network in which residents can help each other with various tasks and bank their time to take advantage of services by others. And the city will use the time bank to recruit ambassadors to perform in-home surveys, help educate neighbors about energy and water efficiency and zero waste. And the goal is to help green Palo Alto and build a strong social support network in our community among seniors. Interested residents can visit timebank.linkages.org to attend an orientation. I think we actually have something on the council agenda in the next few weeks. And this month is Building Safety Month. Our Development Services Department is pushing a safety awareness program to help individuals, families, and businesses understand what it takes to create safe, reliant, and affordable, energy-efficient homes and buildings. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a couple of quick follow-ups here. Congratulations to Lalo. He's not here, but he will certainly hear about that. Adolescent Counseling Services, not only have they been serving the community for 40 years, but it's important to note, especially since we just did HRC interviews a little bit earlier this evening, that it was a city in combination and concert with the Human Relations Commission that actually launched Adolescent Counseling Services, and that this was a number that came out at the event that really surprised me, that they have touched 62,000 lives over the period of their existence. And then just a quick shout out to, well, thank you also City Manager Keene and staff for getting the open data up. You're exactly right. I much appreciate that. And just also appreciation to Community Services Director Rob DeGoose, Allie Williams, and the team for really doing a stupendous job having to do with the parade. So thank you to all of those. So City Clerk, do you have tallies from the votes?
Yes, we do. For voting on the Public Art Commission, we have Councilmember Berman voting for Lauren Gordon, Ben Miyagi, and Mila Zelka. Councilmember Burt voting for Lauren Gordon, Ben Miyagi, Mila Zelka. Councilmember Du Bois also voting for Lauren Gordon, Ben Miyagi, and Mila Zelka. Councilmember Filseth is abstaining. Mayor Holman voting for Lauren Gordon, Ben Miyagi, and Carolyn Mustard. Councilmember Niss voting for Ben Miyagi. I messed that up. Mayor Holman is voting for Lauren Gordon, Ben Miyagi, and Mila Zelka. Councilmember Niss is voting for Ben Miyagi, Carolyn Mustard, and Mila Zelka. Councilmember Scharf voting for Lauren Gordon, Ben Miyagi, Mila Zelka. Councilmember Schmidt Vice Mayor Schmidt voting for Lauren Gordon, Ben Miyagi, and Mila Zelka. Councilmember Wolbach voting for Lauren Gordon, Ben Miyagi, and Mila Zelka. So Lauren Gordon with 7 votes, Ben Miyagi with 8, and Mila Zelka are all appointed to the Public Art Commission. For the Utilities Advisory Commission for the 2 3-year terms, Councilmember Berman voting for Michael Danahar and Lisa Van Dusen. Councilmember Burt voting for Michael Danahar and Lisa Van Dusen. Councilmember Du Bois voting for Michael Danahar and Judith Schwartz. Councilmember Philseth abstaining. Mayor Holman voting for Michael Danahar and Lisa Van Dusen. Councilmember Niss voting for Michael Danahar and Lisa Van Dusen. Councilmember Scharf voting for Michael Danahar and Lisa Van Dusen. Vice Mayor Schmidt voting for Michael Danahar and Judith Schwartz. Councilmember Wolbach voting for Michael Danahar and Lisa Van Dusen. So we have Michael Danahar with 8 votes and Lisa Van Dusen with 6 votes. For the 1 expired term on the UAC, all council members voted for Judith Schwartz with Councilmember Philseth abstaining. So Judith Schwartz with 8 votes gets the unexpired term on the UAC.
So congratulations for all the applicants who've been selected, and thank you in advance for your service. So next on the agenda is oral communications, and I have no cards. I have 2 cards. I have Winter Dellenbach and Linda Dominguez. So Winter, you'll have 3 minutes.
I want to offer you reasons why I think you should change your mind on how you're going about determining rent subsidies for some families at Buena Vista as part of the relocation package. And this is why we will have a couple slides. Rental owners can't limit occupancy to fewer people than. There are 2 common standards. I know this for 10 years. I practice a form of housing law, mostly discrimination. This is how families with children get discriminated against, is by imposing unreasonable illegal occupancy standards. So the Gisser's attorney during the appeal hearing referred to the housing standard as the County Housing Authority standard, which, as you are about to see, allows a few more people than the City of Palo Alto's own ordinance. And in fact, the occupancy standard that's more widely used, in my experience, 10 years of dealing with this issue in the Bay Area. For the Housing Authority, it'd be 3 people in a 1-bedroom. You couldn't require fewer than that, 7 people in a 3-bedroom. Whereas in Palo Alto, and really the majority use this standard, 2 people in a 1-bedroom, 6 people in a 3-bedroom. The above is meant as a minimum, but it's used as a maximum very widely. It's both minimum and maximum. And so the consequence of this for Buena Vista families, according to the 2013 study that came out from 2 Stanford professors, 100% participation, 67 families, 129 children. Nearly all families have 2 parents living in the household or 1 parent and 1 grandparent. Your formulation is based on 1 or 2 bedrooms, looking at the comparison between surrounding rents on 1 and 2 bedrooms. However, 22% of the households at Buena Vista won't benefit as much from that sort of formulation because they're going to need 3 bedrooms or even 4 bedrooms. There are 15 households that either have 3 children, 4 children, or 5 children in them. And that's a total of 55 children. And that 22% households, unfortunately, are going to have a hard time finding a place. And the rent subsidy isn't going to be adequate. It's not going to be equitable. It's not going to be fair. And some people at Buena Vista are going to be treated more equal than other people at Buena Vista. I strongly suggest that you include the rent subsidy comparables for 3 and 4 bedroom units and not hold it to 1 and 2 bedroom units. Thank you. And I'll leave copies of those 2 slides with the clerk so you can have them.
Thank you. You preempted the question. Our next and final speaker under oral communications is Linda Dominguez. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Karen Holman and councilman members. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to tell you about the long-term care program at Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County. Also to thank the City of Palo Alto for the past continued support of the Ombudsman program. The Ombudsman is an advocate for the most vulnerable citizens of your city, those who live in nursing homes and assisted living facilities. We advocate for the dignity and the rights and needs of seniors and disabled in those facilities. This is an unduplicate service of the Santa Clara County. No other program has a 24/7 access to residents and facilities. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program, LTCOP, is authorized by the Federal Older American Act as well as the California Older American Act to advocate for the rights of seniors and disabled residents in a long-term care facility. The main function of the Ombudsman program is to investigate and to resolve complaints made on behalf of the resident related to issues of quality of care and abuse. The Long-Term Care Ombudsman program promotes the interests, well-being, and the rights of the long-term care facilities residents. A long-term care LTC Ombudsman protects and helps improve the quality of care and life for the frailest of our seniors and disabled population. Living in a long-term care facility is often not the first choice for anyone. Many seniors and disabled adults have no option but to live in a facility. And for this reason, it's very important that their rights are protected. Often a long-term care resident lacks the ability to exercise their rights or voice complaints about their circumstances. The presence of a long-term care ombudsman in itself provides quality of care and life of all residents by giving a voice to those seniors and providing an advocate for their needs and concerns. We investigate complaints, solve problems, give referrals, and witness advanced health care directives. And all of our services are free to residents, families, and friends. We partner with agencies such as SALAS, Next Door Solution, the Police and Sheriff Department, and Adult Protective Services. For the City of Palo Alto, our contract visits 260 residents in 3 facilities, and we resolve 26 complaints. Although the city only funds the long-term care ombudsman program for the visits made in Lighton Gardens Nursery, Assisted Living, and Palo Alto Nursing, which are 3 facilities, the program visits all long-term care facilities in Palo Alto and responds to all calls and complaints. Actually, the Palo Alto City facilities and residents, we have 4 nursing homes, 9 RCFEs, 6 bed and board cares, a total of Santa Clara, 51 nursing homes. Thank you.
Please finish your sentence.
Thank you. 51 nursing homes, 360 assisted living facilities. We have 1,030 residents in Palo Alto facilities. The City of Palo Alto has 1 staff, 3 volunteers, and last year our volunteers contributed 5,445 hours to Santa Clara County. On behalf of Wanda Hale, our program manager, we would like to thank you for your time.
Thank you so very much and for taking the time out to come this evening. Thank you. So we'll go from oral communications then to minutes approval. We have the minutes of March 16. I need a motion, please.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilmember Nis and a second by Vice Mayor Schmidt to approve the minutes of March 16, 2015. Vote on the board, please. And so that passes unanimously. So we go now to the consent calendar. Any comments by any council members ahead of a motion? Seeing none, need a motion then for the consent calendar, please.
So moved.
Second. Councilmember Wilbach moves approval of the consent calendar, seconded by Councilmember Nis. Seeing no lights, vote on the board, please. And that also passes unanimously. And our item 9 was the confirmation of the appointment of Beth Miner as city clerk. And I think you have a few comments to make.
I do. Thank you, Mayor Holman and honorable council members. Well, jump up and dance. That song tells it all. I'm excited to be appointed to the city clerk position and moving on to this next stage in my career. During this past 6 months process, I have told many people that I am having fun doing this, and I truly mean it. I am. This has been my goal since I started with the city almost 8 years ago. I have learned a lot working as the assistant city clerk, and I really look forward to my new role leading the department and to have the ability to work closer with council, the executive leadership team, city staff, and the public. Some of the things we are already working on include launching the online public records request portal, going digital with as many of our historical records as we can, making it easier for council and the public to view these records. We're changing the way the standing committees and the council public can view the agendas, minutes, and videos online. And I will be starting the recruitment for the assistant city clerk position. It is my honor to serve you, the city council, and the city of Palo Alto in my new role. And I truly look forward to it and the challenges. Thank you for the confidence that you have placed in me and my ability to move this department forward. I want to say a special thank you to Jim, Molly, and Harriet, the executive leadership team, city staff, and my family for their support and confidence. It's an honor, and thank you.
I think the council's confidence is well placed in you, Beth, and it's really always such a pleasure to be able to promote someone that's homegrown, so to speak. And it was a good candidate pool, and you were the top choice, even from a good candidate pool. So congratulations, and we look forward to your next adventure. Thank you very much. So with that, then, we move to our action items. Item number 10 is Finance Committee recommendation. Recommends adoption of the 2015-2020 Consolidated Plan, 2015-2016 Action Plan, associated 2015-2016 funding allocations, and adoption of a resolution approving the use of Community Development Block Grant funds for fiscal year 2015-2016. Is there a presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Holman, council members. I'm Hillary Gittleman, the planning director. I'm joined by Consuelo Hernandez, our staff on this item. We have a super fast presentation for you. This item comes to you with a unanimous recommendation from finance, but our public participation plan calls for a hearing at the city council. We will keep the introduction very brief.
Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Mayor Holman, members of the City Council. As Hillary mentioned, tonight we have a very quick presentation for you on the CDBG allocations. As you are aware, the city receives funding annually from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. One of the requirements under our citizen participation plan is that the City Council hold the last public hearing for these allocations. And tonight what you have before you is the allocations for fiscal year 2016, as well as the 2015-2020 Consolidated Plan, and the goals that we're proposing over the next 5 years. The table up here just shows you where our funding is over the last 8 years. As you can see, our allocation is leveling out around the $400,000 annual basis, and we also receive funding through program income and resources from prior years that are not used. We have 5 different categories in which to allocate funds, and I'll just run them by you really quickly. The first is public services. These are similar to those of HISRAP, and we have a statutory cap of 20% of our budget, and that is $82,910 for this year. The second cap is placed on administration and planning, and under that we're proposing the staff, the personnel costs associated with administering the program, and also funding Project Sentinel with the budget of $115,702. The last 2 funding categories don't have a cap. The first is economic development, and again we're proposing to fund Downtown Streets team for their workforce development program. And a new project before you is Mid-Penn Housing. They're proposing a rehab project for their Palo Alto Gardens rehabilitation project. Unfortunately, we weren't able to fund them at the full amount, but they believe they can still accomplish what they set out with the $392,000 allocation. Again, as Hillary mentioned, the Finance Committee reviewed these recommendations and unanimously voted that the City Council make the final funding recommendations. And with that, the Finance Committee recommends that the City Council take the following action. Adopt the attached funding resolution allocating CDBG funding as recommended in the 2016 action plan. Authorize the city manager on behalf of the city to execute the 2016 application and action plan for CDBG funds. Authorize staff to submit the 2016 action plan to HUD by the May 15th deadline and the 2015-2020 consolidated plan. Staff is here to answer any questions. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Schmidt will make a few comments as chair of Finance Committee.
Yeah, thanks very much for the short and succinct presentation. This is important. The money is limited, I know, and it comes from federal government through HUD, so it's focused only on housing and services to support people in affordable housing. I'd like to acknowledge that the HRC gave a careful look to that and gave some details of their review at the Finance Committee. I guess three important points. There's not a lot of money in it to solve the magnitude of the problems we have, but what's important, I think, for each of the beneficiaries is the funds are and can be leveraged, and they continue over time, so it's a commitment over a period of time. Two, the report that HUD requires contained a lot of very good, wonderful data about our city. I'd refer to packet pages 260 to 290 for things like residents, housing, homeless, and needs in our city. And third, we are approving not just the funding for this year, but an outlook for the next 5. So each of the organizations has presented material about what they would be doing over an extended period. So the Finance Committee voted unanimously to support this and encourages a positive vote.
Council members, are there any questions or motions? Put your mic on, please. Okay. Councilmember Scharf moves approval of the item and seconded by Councilmember Niss. I see no light, so we'll vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. So we move now to item number 11, which is to consider an appeal of the Director of Planning and Community Environment's architectural review approval of a 31,407 square foot, 4-story mixed-use building with parking facilities on 2 subterranean levels on an 11,000 square foot site in the downtown commercial CDC GFP zone district located at 429 University Avenue. And approval of a mitigated negative declaration. Environmental assessment and mitigated negative declaration has been prepared. Does staff have a presentation, please?
Thank you, Mayor. If you can just give us 1 moment to set up. Thank you. Okay. You can see that.
Ready? No.
Thank you, Mayor Holman, council members. I'm Hillary Gittleman, the planning director. I'm joined here at the table by Jonathan Late, our assistant director, and Catherine Waugh, our CEQA consultant on this project. I'd also like to acknowledge the assistance of other staff in the room. Christy Fong, the project planner, is with us in the front row, as is Amy French, and Matthew Weintraub, our historic preservation expert on staff. We're going to try and be brief in our presentation. I know that there's a lot of interest in this project, so we will give a short introduction and then be available for questions after we hear from the appellant, the applicant, and the public. Thank you. Jonathan?
Thank you, Hillary, and good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. So I'll give you a brief overview of the project before you today. The project is located at the intersection of Kipling and University Avenue, 429 University Avenue. It's a mixed-use project that's 4 stories, 50 feet in height. And there's approximately 31,500 square feet, roughly, with a net gain of approximately 20,000 square feet of net floor area. This is a project that required an architectural review. And as a part of that review, we prepared a negative declaration and a mitigation monitoring program. The timeline is before you. The project was formally submitted June 2014. There were 3 architectural review board hearings. The director rendered a decision in late February. The project was appealed a few days later. I'm going to show, the next few slides I'll show you are going to be pictures of the subject site as viewed from University, with the progression of the project as it went from the preliminary review through the final approval. This is University Avenue as viewed today. This was the first submission that was submitted to the Architectural Review Board for preliminary review. This was the application as it was submitted for formal application in November 2014. The second architectural formal review application came in January, and it looked like this, and was approved in February with some details from that previous rendering or drawing. Now viewed from Kipling, this is the current condition today. Again, the preliminary review submission in 2013. The first formal review in November 2014. And the second formal submission in January 2015. And then that project was refined to reflect this rendering illustration in February 2015. There are a number of architectural review board findings that need to be made in addition to context-based design criteria. Those can be found on your packet, starting on packet page 612. The director made a decision on the project in February 25, 2015. As part, again, as I mentioned earlier, as part of that review process, there was the mitigated negative declaration that was prepared and the mitigation monitoring program. We can speak to that if you have any questions regarding that issue. The appellant, I should say, had a number of concerns with the project related to the size and style, the massing of the proposed project as it relates to existing structures on University and Kipling, safety, traffic, and parking concerns, and loss of retail. Tonight, what we're asking the City Council for is direction to staff to prepare a record of land use action that reflects your decision. And that concludes the staff presentation.
I'm sorry, we're doing 2 things up here at once. So the applicant presentation is, I'm sorry, where we are, because we're doing 2 things up here at once, so I apologize.
Right, so I believe it's the appellant that you would hear from first, followed by the applicant.
And the appellant has 15 minutes, I believe?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. So we will hear from the appellant. You have 15 minutes, and anyone else on your appellant team would be sharing that time.
I'm sorry. This must be historic. The first time the city of Palo Alto is running ahead of schedule. I'm just like... So who do I give my PowerPoint to? Or we can set it up here. Is there a mouse?
Council members, while we're waiting for the presentation to come online, this is a quasi-judicial matter, so we do have disclosures that are required. So are there any council members who have any disclosures to make? Councilmember Berman?
So out of an abundance of caution, I traded either emails or phone calls with the applicant and the appellant at the stage when I wasn't sure if I'd be able to participate. I let them know I wasn't sure if I'd be able to participate. When I found out that I would be able to participate was on Friday, and I haven't had a chance to connect with either of them. So I haven't had any substantive conversations with either the appellant or the applicant and haven't learned anything new that's not available to the public.
Councilmember Scharf?
Well, I had lots of conversations with the appellant, the applicant, the architect, the florist next door, the person across the street who owns the house, random citizens walking by in that area when I spent time on the site. So I had lots of conversations with everybody. I think I learned a couple things that I think have influenced my thinking, which I think I'll disclose a little bit. First of all, I think I gained an appreciation and a concern for the circulation, which is really not addressed in the staff report. At least I didn't feel it was. When I talked to the florist, for instance, there was a concern about deliveries and her trucks and people blocking the alleyway and lots of cars going down the alley and how that would affect them. When I talked to the homeowner across the street, there was a concern about the cars coming out and what the traffic would be like there. And that's really a circulation issue, not a traffic issue. So I thought there were lots of those questions that I didn't necessarily have answered in my mind. The applicant also mentioned that the 2 trees, which right there on Kipling, were going to go away. So I checked into that a little bit, and my understanding is that the city wants to replace those trees, and that's not required by the applicant for the bill. It was the appellant who made the point to me. So I think I want some explanation at some point about the trees. There were several people, and I think it was the homeowner, and I think it was the yoga studio people next door that had concerns about the shadows of the building. There's a little park-like setting on the alleyway of how that would affect the sun and all of that. And I guess I didn't see a sun study. I don't know if we have one, but I didn't see one. So that became a concern for me. I also found out and understood that we're actually going to have some retail on Kipling, which I didn't quite realize that there was going to be an opening on Kipling, which would actually bring people down Kipling and make Kipling more vibrant. So that was something I hadn't realized when I was doing that. And in fact, when I spoke to the appellant didn't understand that. At least that was the discussion I thought we had. So I thought that was interesting. And then it was going to be a huge increase in the amount of store frontage, which I didn't realize at the time. So I thought that was an interesting thing. So there actually be more retail in terms of store frontage, but less in terms of actual. And then the other thing that someone told me I thought was interesting was that originally the applicant wanted to do a bistro on the roof instead of on the fourth floor, I shouldn't say the roof, instead of the office on that fourth floor, they wanted to do a bistro up there, which would have been more retail, would have been counted towards the retail, but that staff strongly discouraged them from doing so. And I was quite shocked that staff would strongly discourage them from doing so. Let's see, was there anything else that I had major discussions about? No, I think that was it.
Thank you. Councilmember Wolbach?
I met with the appellant and did not learn anything in that meeting which was not already in the record. No substantial changes in my thinking or understandings based on that meeting. We did visit the project site during that meeting.
Councilmember Niss?
I won't go into quite the detail that Councilmember Sharp has gone into, but I met with both the appellant and with the applicant. I know the appellant, I know the applicant. I also did extensive touring. I talked with Michaela at the flower shop, and I talked with several other people who are involved along Kipling. So I have also spent a good deal of time touring in that area and looking at this site from many different angles.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt?
I had a phone conversation with the applicant and met on site with the appellant and did not receive any materials that are not otherwise in the record.
Councilmember Du Bois?
I walked around the site, I met the appellant, and I didn't learn anything that's not in the record.
I met with the appellant on site. I have toured the site several times before and since, and quite by happenstance, I also had a conversation with the florist from Stapleton's who talked about challenges that they are concerned about having to do with deliveries. So that seems to conclude our disclosures.
Mayor Holman, if I can just clarify the conduct of the hearing. It's customary to hear 10 minutes from the appellant, 10 minutes from the applicant. Both will also have a 3-minute rebuttal after the public testimony. And I see that a representative of the ARB is in the room, so perhaps after the first two speakers, we could hear from the ARB's representative.
Thank you for clarifying that it's 10. So, are you ready, sir?
Yeah. I'm sorry for the delay. So, dear members of the City Council, on behalf of my fellow co-appellants and countless Palo Altans, I'm here tonight to present the facts that support the appeal of the proposed building at 429 University Avenue at Kipling Street. And shown in the photo are the 5 storefronts that are slated for demolition with this project. We believe multiple violations in municipal code, comprehensive plan regulations, and downtown design guidelines have occurred. And we believe that this discourages, in new buildings that are built here in Palo Alto Municipal Code requires the harmonious transitions in scale and character, and that they be considerate of each other. And the design should follow context-based design criteria, as stated in Code 1818-110A. The buildings need to be responsive to context and compatible with adjacent development, including street types. They need to provide appropriate transition to surroundings, and in some cases reinforce existing architecture. New construction shares general characteristics and design linkages to maintain the visual unity of the street. Despite these municipal codes, to the contrary, this building discourages the use of downtown alleyways for pedestrian and bicycle-only use and prevents shops from opening onto the alleyway. The Kipling Street secondary business district considerations are ignored. Precious ground floor retail space is lost, and insufficient parking adversely affects traffic, safety, and the neighboring residential areas. This design is simply not compatible. There are no shared characteristics or design linkages with the neighboring buildings. Visual unity of the street is not maintained, and this large scale and mass detracts from the pedestrian-oriented design. And you can see the building on the right and the 1.5 to 2-story buildings on the left. These are just incompatible. You don't need a degree in architecture to see that. This is a colossal building being proposed on the narrowest street in downtown Palo Alto. And on the aerial photo to the left, outlined in red, shows where this proposed building is to be built on narrow Kipling Street, and it takes up approximately 1/2 of the block. And on the right here, you see this colossal building looming over narrow Kipling Street. This is a very deceptive rendering showing this building from the perspective of University Avenue. It appears there is a large plaza across the street from this building, which there is none. It minimizes the actual building size and mass effect. The upper floors should be set back according to code, but they have only done so here in the left-hand upper portion of the building. All exposed sides should be treated equally according to code. And this ugly, solid wall, 2 stories high, faces University Avenue, this flat wall that does not provide harmonious transition and violates the roofline transition. Another very deceptive rendering makes Kipling Street look like a spacious plaza. You can see from behind the old Apple building what appears to be this large plaza with people walking by. No such plaza exists at all. The false setback appears to minimize the building's size and height. And in actuality, to view this building from this vantage point, you have to be standing across at the residence at 443 Kipling Street, which was conveniently erased to make the building look smaller. The only thing that's accurate about this photo is the large shadowing that's occurring across Kipling Street from this massive building. This building violates numerous ordinances, inappropriate size and massing on narrow Kipling Street. The upper floors require setbacks as transition to the neighboring 1-story buildings on Kipling Street just as much as it does on University. It turns this alleyway into a busy one-way street to service the in and out garage, which is located at the rear of this building. There's insufficient use of landscaping to buffer the parking entrance from adjacent buildings as required by code. And this massive building, again, shadows Kipling Street and the alleyway and blocks the skyline. This size is not compatible with neighboring buildings. And on the right-hand side, you see the 1-story red tiled roof existing beauty salon, and directly across the narrow alleyway is this 4-story, flat, huge monolith right there. There is no harmonious transition between these buildings at all. None. This building towers over the alleyway and obscures daylight into the garden entrance for Yoga Works. On the left-hand side is the existing structure with this parking overhang. And the Yoga Works entrance is right there. It's a Zen garden. And this is to scale of what this building will look like, 4 stories tall, overpowering the garden. The peaceful entrance to Yoga Works is obscured by this massive wall and garage traffic. Here's a photo of this little Zen entranceway into the yoga studio. The increased traffic poses a safety threat to the yoga students going to class. It discourages the use of the alleyway as a pedestrian pathway, as designated in our comp plan policy T21. And it prevents shops from opening onto the alleyway as designated in our downtown design guidelines, page 16. The increased alleyway traffic discourages pedestrians and interferes with existing businesses. Here's one of Palo Alto's most favorite businesses, Stapleton Florists, been there for decades. And they receive and sell flowers on this alleyway, especially at holiday times. They make deliveries from here. And the increased traffic zipping down this narrow alleyway, why there's also being deliveries, will interrupt this business tremendously. It violates the comprehensive plan policy T21, B1, and B4. Code requires a landscape buffer, and this photo comes directly from the code book. For properties with parking access from the rear of the site, such as the rear alley or driveway, landscaping shall provide a visual buffer between vehicle circulation areas and abutting properties, and this does not occur at all. We need to avoid the Florence Street problem. Here we had a large 4-story massive flat block building built adjacent to this Victorian home, which happens to be almost 3 stories tall with the little tower here. There is no harmonious transition between these two. It is ugly. It is actually disgusting what happened here on Florence Street. It's the backside of the Waverly Street garage. And it has permanently shaded this Florence Street if you walk down it. There's no sun there. Kipling Street is designated as a secondary business district right in the downtown design guidelines. It's specified, and I've written down verbatim everything with regard to Kipling Street. But to summarize the most important points, the guidelines say that the district contains a significant historic architecture and development patterns, and the Palo Alto Historic Resources Board should be consulted when doing further development. This distinct characteristic makes it worthy of special note. And verbatim, right here, we should promote the development of Kipling Street between Lytton Avenue and University Avenue as a secondary district. And here's the zinger. The terminus at University Avenue should be enhanced through the tie-ins to the Varsity Theater. Varsity Theater is one of Palo Alto's most cherished buildings. There is not a single tie-in between this monolith and Varsity Theater. None. Zero. Traffic and parking are already at a maximum capacity. Cars have to navigate beyond one another along Kipling Street. There are a number of small accidents that occur all the time with people's side mirrors being cut off. All you have to do is stand there, have wine at Vino Locale, and you will see this. Increased traffic going to this building and coming from this building will cause safety, traffic, and a parking overflow, and they warrant further study. Approximately 20% loss of retail is equivalent to one entire storefront.
Your 10 minutes is up. You'll have 3 minutes to comment at the end of public comment.
Okay.
So I looked at staff just to confirm. My prior experience has been that the applicant or the appellant team, either one, speak as a unit within the 10 minutes. I have cards from both the applicant and the applicant's attorney. Should they speak within the 10 minutes? That's been my experience.
It's customary.
Yes, it is customary for anyone on the applicant or appellant's team to speak within the 10 minutes.
And I had said that before the appellant spoke too. So I have Elizabeth Wong and I have Dory Yo, I believe it is, who's the applicant's attorney. And you will have 10 minutes. Or I have Ken Hayes.
Yes, I think you have Ken Hayes. Good evening, Mayor Holman. We're going to need to get my presentation up there.
I'm sorry.
I think Dory, the attorney, and Elizabeth Wong, my client, will wait for the rebuttal.
Okay, all right, great. So Ken, you will have...
I'm sorry, I may have misspoke. I have a presentation.
Get ready, Greg.
Mayor Holman, I have a question.
Hi, Dory Yob, counsel for the applicant here. I understand.
So do you have a question, or are you starting the 10 minutes?
No, I have a question, just a point of order so we understand. It was our understanding that members of the team could speak as members of the public. I understand it's customary, but we would request that I get an opportunity to use 3 minutes as a member of the public, and also that Ms. Wong be allowed to do that.
That is not what we've done traditionally. It's been 10 minutes for the team, and that's what I'd said to begin with and what the staff has just confirmed as what our process is.
I'm reaching out to ask for an accommodation. I did contact the city attorney's office today and request that I speak as a member of the public for 3 minutes. And it was my understanding that would be permitted.
Well, I think our process is our process.
Okay.
Did you get a response from the city attorney's office?
So I did have that communication with Ms. Yob, not really understanding that aspect of the issue. So if we could allow an additional 3 minutes for that, and then also perhaps you could add 3 minutes to the appellant's rebuttal time so that both sides get an additional time.
Okay, that seems to be a reasonable accommodation. Also, Mr. Hayes, you'll need to fill out a speaker card because we don't have one on file for you. Not right now. You can do it after you speak. So.
I had provided the PowerPoint presentation last week. I'm not sure what happened to it. Oh, you're going to do it? Okay, thank you very much. It's unusual. But thank you for accommodating. My name is Ken Hayes. Mayor Holman, good evening, members of the council. Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects, and I'll be responding to the appeal this evening. The architectural goals for the project were to create a building that is placed in our time, respects the past, increases the height at the corners to support downtown goals of accentuating and defining corners. You're not getting it on your, oh.
Okay, got it.
Oh, you have it now? Okay. Design for architectural compatibility through contextual building relationships, create a vibrant commercial frontage that encourages shopping and creates linkages to the Kipling and Lytton commercial areas. The ARB unanimously approved this project at the third hearing. The project they approved is a high-quality, modern design that responds to the needs of our time, yet is differentiated by style, but is no less compatible in our downtown than other neighboring buildings. Palo Alto, the Downtown Urban Design Guide, actually says that architects should not mimic prevalent architectural styles found in the community. Compatibility is the standard for evaluation. Compatibility can be defined or can be evaluated or thought of as at an architectural level, at a historic level, and at an urban level. Architectural compatibility, in my opinion, is measured by considering contextual building relationships. Next slide. So this is a block that we've designed in downtown Palo Alto. And what I mean by contextual building relationships, it talks about the alignment of, next slide, please. The alignment of, too fast. The alignment of building forms, entries, canopies, soffits, window lines. Next slide. The sort of roof forms that are prevalent and transitions of roof forms to other buildings. So you can see here how I don't even have a cursor. This is crazy. How buildings transition from the 1-story to the 2-story to the 4-story. Next slide, please. What I think is really important is the sort of the syncopation or the rhythm or the texture of the buildings defined by the building structure, the columns, the pilasters, the openings. Obviously, openings that face the street, recesses are all encouraged in the downtown, and you can find that walking up and down the street. Next slide. Closer up, next slide, please. The building on the left, a Category 2 historic structure by Burge Clark that we recently restored, and the addition to it to the left You can see how we've aligned building window lines with the fascia of our building next door. The canopy lines pull across the big opening of Burge's building, the big opening of our building. Next slide, please. Window proportions. In this particular case, they're vertically proportioned on Burge Clark's building. Our building, we've taken that same proportion, we've turned it to try to create a similar kind of texture on the building. Next slide. Historic compatibility. The Secretary of the Interior's guidelines state new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing scale and architectural features. Here, it's a clear definition. They really encourage clear definition between the old and the new. There's no mistaking it. Next slide. Again, here, the definition of the building that we did of the old and the new. The old, obviously solid, and the new, transparent. The old, horizontal bricks, the new horizontal window relationships. Okay, I can go to that slide. Go ahead. Urban compatibility is measured by fulfilling design goals of the community, like, for instance, creating mixed-use buildings in our downtown. And we're doing that. There's 4 apartments in this building, along with the commercial space. Next slide. Reinforcing the block face. It's very important that university have a defined corridor. And so up to our 3rd floor, we're reinforcing the block face similar to other buildings along the street. The buildings that are in dark red are 50 feet or taller. Our building is about 40 feet, except the part that says 429 in red. That's the 50-foot portion of the building. Major setbacks on all sides, nearly, for our building. Next slide. Downtown goal of invigorating the sidewalk, creating great pedestrian shopping experiences through the use of recesses and canopies and large storefronts, enhanced sidewalk patterns. And in my mind, the ribbon of trees does more for the linkages, the urban linkages of University Avenue than the buildings do. In fact, the height of buildings almost disappears when you see it in this kind of context. And what becomes very important is that first 15 feet as you're walking along the sidewalk. That's what you experience. Next slide. This is a view of University Avenue. The top view is the south view across the street. The bottom view is the north view. Kipling is right in the center. I wish I had my pointer. Next slide, please. The purpose of this is to show the texture of that streetscape, defined through windows, pilasters, recesses, etc. And it's, about a 25 to 30 foot rhythm. Sometimes there's accents, but like in the Lululemon building there, a vertical accent at an entry. On the slide below, you can see a similar kind of pattern, and the next slide puts our building in the photograph, superimposes it there, where we have continued that 25 to 30 foot rhythm. And this was something that ARB and we worked very closely with, trying to create that, and it extends up and through the building. In terms of roof transitions, next slide, please. It goes from the 6-story across the street, 6-story President's Hotel, down to a 1.5-story building, up to the marquee for the Varsity Theater, back to a 1-story, to a 2-story, to a 4-story, and back to a 1-story. And so there's a very varied sort of roof line on University Avenue if you just look and pay attention. On our side of the street, it starts off as a 1-story, but then it turns into 1.5 stories. Our building, actually, the face on the street is 2 stories next to the building next door. Then it steps up to 3 stories. You're not even going to be aware of the 4th floor when you're walking on University Avenue. And then at Kipling, it steps back down to the Apple building and then terminates at the AT&T building, which is a 3-story, 50-foot building on the corner. Next slide, please. On Kipling Avenue, similar kind of thing. Next slide, please. Where above, we have the Apple store on the corner, the former Apple store, that is, with its pilaster rhythm. And then it breaks away to the homes that are on the rest of the street with gaps between the homes. And then there's vertical accents on those homes. And there's a little bit different texture that we've picked up in our building, but we're not being literal. We're not trying to imitate. We're trying to take cues, and it's a different grain of architecture here on Kipling than it is on University Avenue. The view below, go ahead and hit the slide again, shows our building, and then the rhythm is increased. And then we actually have a stair tower element that is a vertical accent that's going to have the public art on it that in the Dudek report said that it actually picks up on some of the vertical elements of what you might find across the street of the Victorians or the Queen Anne buildings. Again, it's not literal. It's about rhythm and mass. Next slide, please. And then this shows the transition. So our building starts at the corner at 3 stories. It drops down to 2 stories, drops down to the alley, and then back up to a 1-story building, and then a 2-story building at Zabibos. Very common throughout the downtown. There's nothing unusual about that kind of transition. Next slide. To activate sidewalks, next slide. We're obviously replacing the entire frontage all the way around. We're creating recessed entries. We're providing canopies. We're doing new trees along Kipling. Next slide, please. We're going to have 75% more retail frontage, and that's not even mentioning on the far left-hand corner, upper left-hand corner of the slide. That's the office entry or retail or office residential entry, which is all glass. Next slide. And then we've set back from the alley 4 feet. For safety reasons, also to pull away a little bit from the rest of Kipling, created a planter there at that level. That would be a nice transition to the alley. All of our bikes are parked in that recess off the alley, so it is an activated space. Next slide, please. On the 3rd floor, we have 3 apartments. Next slide. They have generous terraces that are set back 18 feet on University Avenue, 18 feet on Kipling, 12 feet when you get to where our elevator is located, and then we're set back 11 feet from the property line on the alley to the 3rd floor of the building. And that's going to be, eyes on the street. Those are inhabited terraces off of the living space, and these units all live to Kipling and University. Next slide. On the 4th floor, some more of the same. There's 1 unit up there, and then this lunchroom area. Next slide, where we have a 41-foot recess back from University Avenue to the apartment, and then we have 28 feet recessed back at the office area above, and then we're 12 feet off of Kipling, and again 11 feet off of the alley. But that's all rooftop terrace. It'll be planted. There'll be people up there. Next slide. This is the building on the corner. Obviously, Apple. It's a dead as it extends down Kipling. Next slide. This is the existing building above. Also, again, dead in the way it addresses Kipling. The slide below is a blow up. We're going to have display windows, retail entries. The office entry is not shown in this diagram here. Canopies, beautiful materials. Next slide. Same thing on University Avenue. The slide above is what's there today. The slide below, much more transparent, much more open, much more compelling for retailers of today. Next slide. This is the evolution. I think Jonathan Late did a good job. Next slide. How we progress. Next slide. This is what we ended up with. The massing. Next slide. On the Kipling side, what I was talking about, the building actually becomes much more detailed and fine as it extends towards Kipling. The block face along University Avenue at the corner degrades to this, more detail, and then the next slide, and I am done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And don't forget to fill out your speaker card, please, Ken. So with that, we will go to the public. I think the attorney is speaking later after the public comments. Okay. So we have several members of the public who care to speak to this. I also have a speaker card from the applicant. So the applicant has been represented by the architect and will be, so I presume you will not be speaking? That would be the presumption. That would be the presumption. So we'll set that one aside. And Jamie Wong is a member of the applicant team or a member of the public? Member of the applicant team? Okay. So we'll go to Janice Cedricks, if that's the right last name. Janice Cedricks, to be followed by Sam Arson, and you'll each have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Janice Cedricks. I live at 325 Waverley Street, which is just a couple of blocks away. I am surprised the Architectural Review Board approved the design and height of the new construction on University. Both the design and height is out of keeping with the rest of that block. It's interesting the architect shows blocks 300 block, but we're dealing with the 400 block here. The old Apple store on the corner next to it, that was converted, maintaining the original building. Even Apple didn't make it into a glass box. They kept the same building. And in my view, any new construction should not be any higher than the Apple building. And if there is, I would prefer it to keep more in character with the existing style of Palo Alto. I like modern things, but in this case, it's not applicable. If the height of the building is reduced, the second level underground parking may not be required, because this is going to greatly impact the businesses in the area due to construction. I actually belong to Yoga Works, which is directly behind. I'm sure the noise in itself is going to be a problem. I would also like to request the city arborist to check again. I understand the Mediterranean carob trees, the real big old ones, the city have approved removal of them. I think they need to look at that again. They're amazing. All this landscaping that's going to be done by the new company are going to be piddly little trees that will take decades to actually reach the majestic trees that you're going to be removing. And that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sam Arson, to be followed by Gary Black. And if speakers, when you hear your names called, if you could move to the front, that would help us move through this quickly. Thank you so much. Mr. Arson.
Good evening. My name is Sam Arsan. I'm with Arsan Realty. I've been doing business in Palo Alto for over 20 years. I concentrate on retail leasing.
Can you move closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Sure. Concentrate on retail leasing in the downtown area. Many of the current tenants in downtown are clients of mine, and I have several prospects looking in the area. This is a very attractive, well-designed building that replaces an outdated building that has inefficient and failing systems. So this building is exactly what the tenants that I'm working with are looking for. It provides them with the flexibility to build and design their own stores. They need effective and efficient space that complements their business and the product they are offering. I just wanted to make sure that I let you know that I do support this project, and I respectfully ask that you approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Gary Black, to be followed by Stephen Levy.
I'm part of the applicant team, so I'll ask.
Thank you for identifying yourself. I appreciate it. Stephen Levy, to be followed by Norman Beamer. Yeah, could you go to the mic, please, if you have a comment?
I have Judy Kleinberg emailed Councilmember Nisk asking to cede her time.
We don't do that. We don't have one speaker cede their time to another speaker to give them more time. It's just not something we do.
I've heard people talk for 10 people here.
Yes, but that's determined ahead of time, and it's a.
For the rules.
So, Stephen, you have 3 minutes.
There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens, begins the beautiful passage from Ecclesiastes that we all know. 2015 is the season for the council to look at development and parking and transportation and maybe make some modifications to the existing practice. Tonight, I hope, is the time to honor the existing rules under which this and other applications have come forward, and more importantly, the existing precedents around this difficult issue of compatibility. The staff has told you that the building complies. The staff gave you no illegal actions in this building. It complies as to height and as to retail and as to parking, TDRs, and in lieu payments. It provides things that are in the comprehensive plan that are good. A mixed-use building downtown, bicycle access increased, and a green building, which you can only have with a new building. You come to this compatibility issue. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an architect, and as some of you know, I don't see too well, so I can't really get into the intricate design issues. But I can walk a neighborhood, and I have a pretty good sense of precedent. So I can tell that there's a similar height building across the street. And I know that you have approved a much larger building for 500 University and 611 Cowper and 600 block of Waverly, all of which are far less similar to their surroundings than this building. So tonight is a night to honor those precedents. All we have now is a new council and an angry audience. We don't have anything that distinguishes this issue of compatibility from the others that you have heard appeals on and have been approved in the context that this applicant came forward. Let us end this tonight, deny the appeal, have this not linger over the important decisions facing the council. A season for change, a night for denial and moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Norman Beamer to be followed by Catherine Clark.
Good evening. I'm here to speak on behalf of the organization called Palo Alto Neighborhoods, or PAN. PAN supports the appeal of 429 University and opposes this project on multiple grounds. First, the project is egregiously underparked. We're mindful that the owner is trying to take advantage of several outmoded exceptions to the parking space requirements. Unlike the previous speaker, we should not be bound by those outmoded exceptions. These exceptions make no sense given the crisis of inadequate parking in the downtown area. The adverse environmental impact of allowing this underparked project overrides these exceptions. It's high time to eliminate the exceptions. Even under the best case scenario, the RPP program that the city is now attempting to implement will be overwhelmed by the dozens of underparked development projects now in the pipeline, some of which were just mentioned, and this project being one more example. The appeal should also be granted because this project would result in significant decrease in the retail space on University Avenue. The owner attempts to justify this by citing various building code requirements, such as the need for an elevator lobby. But those requirements are only there because the owner wants to replace the present building with a new, larger building. At the very least, the loss of retail on the first floor should be made up by adding retail to the second story. Better yet, keep the current building. We also support the appellant's complaint that the size and massing of the building is out of proportion to the surroundings. Also, the project will exacerbate traffic problems on the narrow side street. I'm referring to Kipling Street, I believe named after Rudyard, who once said, "Borrow trouble for yourself if that's your nature, but don't lend it to your neighbors."
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Clark to be followed by Cheryl Lilienstein.
Good evening. I am here to support the appeal. I oppose this project. I moved here with my husband in 1984. I'm a resident of Crescent Park, and I have seen this council and the Historical Review Board systematically destroying the charm of our city. We had mom and pop stores here occupying all of the spots along University in the 1980s, and slowly but surely these buildings that look like Walgreens, the new Walgreens, are going in and replacing the charm of the past. We're never going to get that back. And these 5 buildings that are going to be replaced by this monstrosity will never come back. And I would just ask yourselves to take a moment and say, would the town of Carmel, or would the City Council of Santa Barbara or the town of Los Gatos approve a monstrosity like this that changes the entire character of that area? The architect mentioned this respects the past. It doesn't respect the past in any way, shape, or form. He talked about architectural compatibility. There's no compatibility. Look across the street. You have Pete's Coffee, the Cream, the Old Varsity Theater, even the President's Building. Even though that's large, it's still Spanish colonial revival heritage architecture. And the same with these buildings. The old Apple buildings, Art Deco. The ones that you're looking at destroying are Art Deco. They were probably built, in my estimate, in the 1930s. So I'm just saying that slowly but surely, the architects that are getting approval for these new commercial buildings are destroying the charm of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Cheryl Lilienstein, to be followed by John Hanna.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Lilienstein, and I hope that this PowerPoint thing that I have will get set up so that I can show you the photos that I have. Tonight I'm speaking as the president of Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning, and I'm using the appeal before you tonight to ask for more integrity and compliance by architects, city staff, the ARB, and the PTC, who unfortunately have biases that show up in approvals of buildings that are out of compliance with the parts of the comprehensive plan they prefer to ignore, or they make stuff up. For instance, Mr. Hayes asserts in his letter to the council that his designs enhance the eclectic nature of Palo Alto and meet the compatibility design goal, which he says includes buildings that are taller. I challenge anyone in the community to tell me where the Palo Alto Municipal Code or the Comprehensive Plan we find this taller building goal stated. Nowhere in it does it state that taller buildings are a design goal, and yet the meetings I've attended, members of the ARB and PTC act as if it's their prerogative to promote larger buildings, even though their job is to ensure compatibility with the comprehensive plan. I'd like the council to insist that the members of the boards and commissions set aside their personal preferences and act in accordance with Palo Alto's codes in toto. Let's consider the word eclectic, since it's been used by various members of council and architects. Frankly, I'd like more eclectic. I appreciate imagination and would really like more of it expressed in our streetscape. Yet this buzzword eclectic is being used as a substitute for imagination, taste, harmony, and true pedestrian-oriented design, which is something our city really wants. What I see here is not eclectic, it's generic. It could easily be anywhere in the world. Here are some examples: Berlin, Frankfurt, and Phoenix. And I don't know how to change Berlin, Frankfurt, and Phoenix. I'll have parking garages that look similar to this type of architecture. Can you tell the difference between these parking garage buildings and the one proposed? Is there any specificity to the style, or would you say any of these buildings relates in any way to University Avenue, Kipling Street, or Palo Alto? No. Nonetheless, in their report to the council, the ARB unanimously claims that this project is in compliance. In addition, the ARB has taken it as their professional prerogative to override the guiding documents of the city, and here's a list of these that this project violates. L5, L3, L6, you can just keep going through them. L4, program L4, L5, land use definitions, etc. So I urge you to send this back for rework and urge the PTC and ARB to dispense with their personal preferences. The project is overbearing, looms over all adjacent buildings, and thus is out of scale, incompatible with surroundings, and as you are aware, further exacerbates parking issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll be hearing from John Hanna, to be followed by Dan Garber.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is John Hanna. In 1887, 300 of the leading architects, artists, and sculptors signed a petition to the Paris Exposition Committee saying, whatever you do, don't let them build that ridiculous giant black smokestack. Some of you may remember, I know I do because I was here, and the Transamerica building was proposed in San Francisco about 40 years ago. The planning director at the time, in disapproving the project, said that it was not complementary to the buildings next to it. And a leading architectural critic of the time said the building was insensitive and inappropriate. Well, after the Tour Eiffel was finished, it's been hailed as an engineering marvel and indeed has become the iconic symbol of the City of Light. The Transamerica building, after it was completed, has been referred to as an architectural masterpiece, and today one could argue that it's as much an icon of the city of San Francisco as cable cars and the Golden Gate Bridge. It's funny, isn't it, how things change? Well, tonight is not about compliance with ordinances or with CEQA or with rules. This project complies with all of those. Now, some people don't like the rules. And if you don't like the rules, you change the rules, but you don't change them in the middle of the game. What we're really dealing with here tonight is progress versus stagnation, innovation versus conformity. I remember what the architect said about the Transamerica Pyramid in defense of his creation. He said that if all buildings were required to conform to their neighbors in style and in scale, all of our cities today would be an aggregation of mud huts. So let me leave you with just two thoughts. One, something you are all familiar with, and that is that a camel is a horse designed by a committee. And secondly, in my view at least, every effective elected public official has to resist the temptation occasionally to pander to the agenda of the current popular movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dan Garber to be followed by Doug Smith.
In 1931, Burge Clark submitted his design for the Palo Alto post office, and it was rejected because it was in the wrong style. It took Mrs. Hoover's influence to eventually result in Palo Alto getting the nation's first post office in the early California style. Mr. Clark's take on the Spanish Revival style projected a romantic vision of an idealized past. But prior to him and several other architects, commercial buildings here hadn't often been designed to look that way before. As evidenced by the federal government, the style had its detractors, and it took a while for some people and even more institutions to accept it in the way that we do today. In the 1950s, the developer Joseph Eichler decided to gamble in Palo Alto, a keen eye for the marketplace. He deftly connected a younger generation recently unburdened by war with the economical construction of his homes. But as successful as he was, the modern style he had his architects produce had its detractors, and his houses were only a small minority of the homes buyers were purchasing at the time. If you think that tonight's submittal rises to the level of these examples and their impacts on the city, I argue that it does not. As out of sync as the Bank of America building was at its time, the power and diversity of University Avenue appears to have nearly absorbed it today. I recently led an architectural tour down University Avenue and was personally surprised to find some Palo Altoans in my group find reasons to praise it. Certainly the submittal being discussed this evening has none of the handicaps of that building. Does the submittal raise the issue of how we should deal with parking and traffic, or how the city should manage the conflicts between the neighborhood and commercial use? You bet it does. Should this submittal take the fall in criticism for those issues? It should not. Do not judge the submittal
on its style. The only style consistency in this part of town is its diversity, which is what should be celebrated. Style cannot be measured, and its impact can only be evaluated over time. Only the property owner has true fiat over the project's style by either picking the architect of their choice or demanding their architect perform as they like, as Leland Stanford did in 1888 when he hired the eminent Frederick Law Olmsted to design his campus. But upon seeing Olmsted's modern solution that spread the campus out across the foothills, he threw it out and demanded it be redesigned. The Architectural Review Board is to be commended for supporting this submittal. It duly evaluated the submittal against the legal requirements and the compatibility criteria of its own, and more importantly, provided the forum for the city to hear the higher level issues it needs to grapple with. With the exception of very specific historic or other unique circumstances, style is not legislated in this country, nor should it be.
Thank you. And Douglas Smith to be followed by John Goldman.
Mayor Holman, council members, good evening. The compatibility violations of this design I believe to be the same as in the appeals that I filed in 2013. I refer here to the municipal code section on how to achieve compatibility goals, which incidentally are independent of architectural style. And the first of them, there are 8, and I will refer to the first 6. Siting, scale, massing, and materials. The siting and massing of this building are about 50% larger than the other 6 buildings on University Avenue combined. The design is 100 feet wide, the others average 20, and are about half its height. Second, the rhythmic pattern of the street established by the general width of the buildings and the space between them. The proposed design totally dominates both the University and Kipling block with its width and bulk. Third, the pattern of roof lines and projections. The roof line won't even be seen by nearby pedestrians because it's high enough. Horizontal glass projections on the design contrast to appealing colored canvas awnings on neighboring buildings, some of which you can see in the picture. Fourth, the sizes, proportion, and orientation of windows, bays, and doorways. The design's windows have no particular aesthetic interest. They're simply rectangular, in contrast to many punched arch windows on upper floors on both sides of University. 6, the location and entry treatment, or no, 5th, the location and treatment of entryways. All other entryways on the University block are deeply recessed, hence pedestrian friendly. The design's entryways appear to be nearly flush with the facade and not very inviting to pedestrians. Lastly, the shadow patterns from massing and decorative features, another compatibility element. The design's shadow is going to be massive because of its bulk. It has no decorative features. The design appears to me to be most compatible with the parking garage on Bryant Street at the upper left. The Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan, cited briefly by another speaker, maintain the scale and character of the city. Avoid land uses that are overwhelming and unacceptable due to their size and scale. I urge the City Council to uphold this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have John Goldman. Thank you for coming forward. And to be followed by Brad Ahickian.
Okay, thank you. I've had the distinct pleasure of working in downtown Palo Alto continuously since 1997, since 2011 as the owner of a business with 15 employees. We're at 539 Alma Street, which is a wonderful 1921 Burge Clark building, which we participated in restoring when we moved in. I walk all around downtown every day. I ride my bike to work a lot. I've certainly seen a lot of changes. Dare I say, I think downtown has improved and has become quite a spectacular place. I've been a fan of Ken Hayes over the years, enjoyed seeing attractive modern buildings mixed with the traditional buildings. I'm really a fan of this building, this proposed project, because I like the idea of a mixed-use building. It's elegant, it's well-designed, has the living residences on site. I mean, who wouldn't want to live there right in the middle of downtown? I am a little surprised that the height has become such an issue. There are many iconic tall buildings in downtown that I love, like the President Hotel, the University Art, 250 University, which many think is an older building, with the bell tower, which is actually a modern building. I'm really impressed. I didn't entirely grasp the amount of retail contribution this building will have on Kipling, to have the storefronts contributing to the sustainability and activity and vibrancy of Kipling is quite exciting. You know, I am amazed at how all these projects get appealed. I mean, I've been doing business in the city for a long time. People say to me, what about that famous Palo Alto process I heard about? And I always say, you know, if you follow the rules, you won't have a problem. So read them, understand them, follow them. And my understanding is this project does meet the legal requirements, so therefore it should be allowed to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Brad Ahickian to be followed by Bev Fields.
Thank you. My name is Brad Ahickian. I'm with Premier Properties. I'm here today to ask the council to deny the appeal that is before us today. Personally, I view architecture is like art. It's really in the eyes of the beholder. I realize some people may not like modern design, but again, it's an opinion of personalized style. You know, really one of the most incredible things about living here in Palo Alto is our level of diversity in our community. We have diversity in our businesses, in our cultures, religions, races, and ideas, but for some reason we don't want to celebrate the diversity of our architecture. Why are we trying to recreate styles of the past? Why don't we celebrate styles of the future or designs that challenge the status quo? You know, while may not like Ken's style, I think what people need to realize is that he's actually designed over 30 buildings in our downtown. How can he not be compatible with his own designs? That's the piece I don't really understand. Furthermore, you know, I find myself continually asking the question, you know, in 30, 40, 50 years from now, are we going to be speaking about Ken Hayes' designs as we speak about Burge Clark? I know it's hard to think about today, but time will tell. Finally, the city has a real opportunity. You have an opportunity to send a message to the world that our community welcomes and encourages diversity. And that diversity doesn't just stop at our businesses and ideas, that it also extends to our architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. And Bev Fields to be followed by, the next card I have is Andrew Wong, a member of the team or not? Not? Okay. Thank you very much. Bev Fields.
Okay. My name is Bev Fields. I've been working in downtown Palo Alto since 1984 as a commercial property manager. I personally witnessed the transformation of downtown from an unattractive corridor with old, badly maintained buildings. I remember vividly the early 90s when the city began approving projects that were other than Spanish-style buildings to mimic downtown Santa Barbara. At that time, some young architects from Palo Alto started designing modern-style buildings in the downtown corridor. One of those architects was Ken Hayes. His buildings were modern, sleek, and simple, which brought diversity to the downtown corridor. I feel that due to this architectural diversity, Palo Alto began to attract unique restaurants, retailers, and office users. It is my belief that Palo Alto would not have the economic stability it has today without the diversity that the downtown offers to its users, which has made Palo Alto a destination for the entire Bay Area. I believe that the applicant's proposed building is unique and will contribute to the uniqueness of this important corridor. The applicant has met all the requirements for redevelopment of this project. Do the right thing and improve this project.
Thank you. Andrew Wong to be followed by Doria Suma.
Honorable Mayor, City Council, my name is Andrew Wong. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for almost 20 years, and I'm here to voice my support for this building. I believe this building is good for Palo Alto, and I'm going to echo a message that I iterated last time I was here, which is that City Council should balance the needs of business and residents, and I believe this building does that. I think the building is properly located in the downtown. It improves the quality of retail space, as we've discussed. It addresses Palo Alto's need for housing. It is fully parked. It offers more spaces than is required under the law. And there is no loss of retail. Retail is being simply transformed for other uses as required by code, as was discussed by applicant, and resale space is being improved. Zoning balances the needs of businesses and residents. The proposed building is not an historic or residential district. It is in the commercial downtown. In the appellant's building, appellant's building is in the downtown and is being rented to office tenants and not residents or retailers. Appellant claims that this building is out of proportion, but the city encourages mixed-use projects of this type, and the staff in ARB found that the proposed building is appropriately designed for mixed-use projects encouraged in the city plan. Finally, staff in ARB found appropriate mitigating measures that have been implemented in this design. Proposed building is also consistent with the architecture of the surrounding buildings, which include several modern buildings, large offices, and parking lots. The appellant claims that the building impacts allegedly historic buildings. Rather, the architectural report says that the building is not in a historic area, nor could the area be considered historic because of the mix of building style and development history. Furthermore, the city found that the building would have no impact on any nearby historic structures. The building is consistent with the mix of buildings in the area and other existing commercial buildings. The building is also fully parked, does not negatively impact traffic. Appellant claims that the narrowness of Kipling would result in accidents. Police data does not support this claim. In fact, a 100-plus page traffic report showed no significant impact would result due to construction of the proposed building. On the contrary, the report notes that pedestrian and bike activity would increase due to the new building. Even under the conservative estimates in the city study, the traffic impact would be negligible. In addition, the proposed building has 5 more parking spots than is required under the code, alleviating the city's parking problem. The building improves retail, adds 4 more units of residential space to the city's limited residential area, and is properly sized for incorporating residential areas and commercial in one building. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doria Suma to be followed by the next speaker, Jeff Levinsky.
Good evening, Mayor Holman and City Council members. Thank you for hearing this appeal. I agree with the appellant that the building does not meet the size and massing requirements of the municipal code, and further ideas expressed in the downtown design guidelines. This project will exacerbate the existing parking deficit and traffic congestion, and it has circulation issues with the alley and the very narrow street of Kipling. And I don't think that the project has adequately mitigated those concerns. I have nothing against contemporary architectural styles. I like all styles of architecture as long as they are executed well, and I don't have any problem with the style of this building. It is more that it is too big for the context. It can't even be appreciated, this building, because you can't get far enough away from it to see it at its size. I also would like to note that the comp plan calls for adapted reuse of old buildings, especially downtown, because it is such a mix, and to take all the old buildings out would reduce the variety. There also seems to be a question about the sender site of one of the TDRs that this building is using, and that it was a historic building that was demolished, and it's unclear whether a demolished building can receive a seismic TDR. So I think that issue should be resolved before going any further with an approval of this building. I want to add something about the process. I do agree that this process of appealing at the end of a project after an appellant and staff and residents have worked so long and hard on something is very difficult. I was recently involved in an appeal of 261 Hamilton, and I really learned that it would be better if we had in the review process some way to get this out earlier in the process so people it would benefit everybody, the applicant, the appellant, staff, and residents, if we had some different review processes. In summary, I encourage you to support the appellant and reject the project in front of you today in favor of a project that will better meet the municipal plan, the goals of the downtown design guidelines, and our comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Jeff Levinsky, to be followed by Michaela Diefenbach.
Good evening, Mayor Holman and City Council members. I agree with the many excellent reasons you've already heard why this project does not conform to City Code. I want to talk about the TDR issue. The project is using 3 TDRs to increase its size and provide less parking. One of those TDRs was generated by the property at 340 University Avenue. That's the site of the new Apple store, and before that, Liticoats and Z Gallery. The city issued that property a TDR 2 years ago for seismic rehabilitation, yet no seismic rehabilitation occurred. Instead, the old building was torn down and the Apple store went up. The municipal code is extremely clear. Section 18-070A2 says you can get a TDR if you're, quote, in seismic category 1, 2, or 3 and undergoing seismic rehabilitation, end of quote. But rehabilitation of a building isn't the same as tearing it down, just as rehabilitating criminals doesn't mean executing them. Here's a helpful quote from city minutes in 1995 when the TDR ordinance was updated. Quote, the entire keynote of the TDR program was whether funds could be generated for buildings that had extraordinary costs for seismic and historic retrofit. That's retrofit, not replacement. And the person quoted, by the way, Chop Keenan. City staff say they've granted 3 other seismic rehabilitation TDRs when buildings were instead torn down. That's unfortunate, but it doesn't change the law. Those cases weren't legal either. There's another problem with the TDR from 340 University. It was issued for more square footage than city records show the old building could have generated. Oops. Over and over again, we've found that the city has ignored the plain and simple language of the law to let buildings expand. Staff ignored the definition of building envelope for 261 Hamilton and then went on to allow it to have more parking than legal. Less parking than legal. They have exempted vastly more space than needed to accommodate those with disabilities for 240 Hamilton and 451 University. And they issued TDRs for rehabilitation never done to several buildings, including 340 University. Well, the law is the law, and you must still uphold it even if the staff doesn't. Until 429 University, the project before you, obtains a legal TDR with the right square footage, it cannot legitimately proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michaela Diefenbach, to be followed, I believe it's Alexei Andrea.
Hi, my name is Michaela Diefenbach. I am part owner of Michaela's Flower Shop. You guys may know us as Stapleton's. We're not the biggest building. We're the skinniest little thing in Palo Alto, but we do a lot of business. And one of my major concerns about this is the alleyway. I use the alleyway. We use every inch of our property. I use the alleyway to put out my deliveries, to get my deliveries. My husband, who's also my driver, has to load up. This is an alleyway that I share with all my neighbors. We just love each other. The trucks come in for the coffee shop. The new tea place, they just moved in. They use the alley. We all share it. My biggest concern about this is that once this building is completed, the traffic. There's kids that come in, there's customers that go in and out of our store, every store. The traffic, the Kipling is so skinny, you can't get 2 cars. So they're going to come down Waverly, and they're going to zoom down our alley to try to find parking at this place. And some people even go down the wrong way. I don't know how many times I've come out that door and almost be hit because someone's going the wrong way. I know that it's going to happen. You can only go one way down that alley, and it's a really big concern because that's the artery to my shop and a lot of other shop business owners down here, and it just really worries me that the traffic, the congestion, is just going to stop my process, and I'm just a business owner that just wants to keep going, and I'm very, very concerned, and I just don't see how it's not going to be a big problem, and that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Alexei Andrea, to be followed by
Yeah, thank you.
Vida Gorbunoka. Apologies.
I'm a resident of Palo Alto, and we live actually in a couple of blocks from the construction project. And so I have nothing against this particular style and architecture in modern building. But what I have against is the sizing issues. And I believe the building is way too big. And the reason for me, at least the way I see it, is we have, as residents of Palo Alto, we have shared resources. And those resources are the quality of roads, and we have quality of traffic, and we have ability to park or not park our cars. We have bicycle congestions or bicycle routes or lack of bicycle routes. We have sewage pipes we have to replace. We have water pipes we have to upgrade all the time. And so by allowing such a massive increase in building on University Avenue, I essentially have to subsidize those guys because right now they consume certain throughput of water, they consume certain amount of electricity, they produce certain amount of noise and traffic congestion. And if you triple the size or quadruple the size, we're talking about overtaxing. And I don't think it's the right way for me to subsidize. I'm a venture capitalist. I don't want to subsidize those guys on University Avenue, frankly. And to respond to the Eiffel Tower, I love this building. But if you look at the history of Palo Alto, PayPal, Facebook, Google, Palantir Technologies, they all got started in Palo Alto, and it happened before the initiative to expand and create a lot of office buildings. They were sitting on the small little houses along University Avenue, and they were doing extremely well. And frankly, since the buildings, the office buildings popped up, I don't see any billion-dollar companies in creation in Palo Alto. They're all old companies started 10 years ago. I don't know why. I'm not saying there is a causality, but there is a clear correlation. Since the expansion of traffic, since the expansion of those buildings, I don't see any new multi-billion-dollar startups getting started and sitting and being residents of downtown Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vida Gorbanoka, and I apologize if I'm messing up your name here, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Good evening. I'm also downtown resident for 15 years, and I live 3 blocks from this project. And honestly speaking, I'm pretty impressed with this architectural firm. If I ever decide to move out of state, grow cold-hearted to Palo Alto, sever all my ties with my neighbors, I would definitely turn to them to get the best bang for the buck for my money. But until then, I still love Palo Alto, so I have to speak against this project. I walk by this site every day, and I'm very much concerned of the impact this project is getting on this downtown area. We all notice there is an office boom in Palo Alto, and every dock canal is converted to office buildings. But fortunately, dock canal could be converted back to the dock canal after the boom is done. Whatever is built right now, we're stuck with this building for the next decades, several decades, probably century. They're building good. So let's get the design question out of the way. Let's stop pretend and call it the breakthrough marvel of engineering or modern design. It looks like my father's factory, which I saw 40 years ago back in Soviet Union. So let's stop calling it modern. It's outdated. Okay, when we get it out of the way, let's focus on the context-based design criteria. They say that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. But I notice unconsciously every time I have to get to this area on university, I take Kipling. I don't take Cowper. I prefer not to take Waverly. I would take Kipling. And now I actually notice some things which I can't quantify, and I can point it out. So this new building claimed to be pedestrian and bicycle friendly. I think not. It's one of the most unfriendly buildings in existence. Instead of widening sidewalks, the sidewalks would actually be narrower. All the indentation with all the buildings on this block, on the 400 block, 500 blocks, every building has this indentation which kind of widens the sidewalk. This has the least indentation possible just so not open doors don't hit people walking on the street. So let's don't call it recessed. There is no pedestrian friendliness for this. And by the way, 2 bigger bike parking racks, which would take our right of walk on the sidewalk, will be bigger than 2 existing bike racks. So the sidewalks would be more congested. In regard of style compatibility, all can I say it's compatible to the other buildings only because it has doors and windows. And I totally agree with the other speakers about size and style compatibility to their surroundings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Stephanie Munoz to be followed by William Ross, and then our final speaker would be Nielsen Buchanan.
Good evening, City Council members. All that's been said in disapproval of the building and in approval of the appeal, pretty much I could echo all of it. I guess Jeff Levinsky is probably the one that I would most follow. But I'd like to address the address by the people who are in favor of the building, because it seems to me that is what we all haven't been listening to very much. The man who in the blue shirt who spoke about the buildings, well, there's this building and that building and the other building and the other building, and that sets a precedent, and therefore you have to accept this building also. Well, that's what people are complaining about. They've been saying, hey, these buildings are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And every time you approve a big building, the next one to apply is going to be 6 inches taller. And pretty soon you're going to have a different town, which we don't want. When towns are built, back in, say, 1898, 1911, people are eager for more commerce, better selection, more money, more taxes, and they approve differences. But finally, the town gets filled up. The town is then big enough. It has all that a resident could want and a little bit more. I had to laugh about the Eiffel Tower. I've been in the Eiffel Tower, and I bet you all you have too. And it is inappropriate for Paris. But the Parisians love it, and everybody loves it because it's familiar. And possibly these other buildings, 50 years from now, will be beloved because they're familiar. They were kind of peculiar in their day. And I'm not implying that this building is peculiar at all. It's an okay building. It would look great in Los Angeles. It would really improve Los Angeles. And I really like the fact that their height is in residences, in housing. I think that's something that the council could really look at very seriously, that no height ever be exceeded if it's not in affordable housing. That's a good part, but folks, it's just too big. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 2 final speakers, William Ross to be followed by Nielsen Buchanan. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm a taxpayer and a resident of the city. Before you make your decision tonight, I would respectfully suggest that under the authority of Vendetta Society versus California Quartet, it's a 84 Calap 4th 517, a 2000-year case, meaning from 2000, you are required to make a finding concerning the environmental analysis of this project, a mitigated negative declaration based on an initial study from November of 2014 to the effect that it's supported by substantial evidence. I'm going to respectfully suggest it's not supported by substantial evidence. One of the bases that an initial study does is it employs what's known as Appendix G of the CEQA Guideline Checklist. And here it's based on the planner's knowledge that accomplished it and the project plans. I suggest it's not supported by substantial evidence in the area of utilities, specifically with respect to water supply and wastewater treatment. Regardless of whether you treat the MND as being approved or being subject to approval tonight, you have to make this finding about substantial evidence, and it's to be based on what exists in the current environment. Staff will argue that the current environment is defined by the date that the notice of preparation was accomplished sometime in November 2014. I respectfully disagree. There are changed circumstances under which this project is being carried out. On April 1st, the Governor issued his Order B-29-15, enforcing urgency regulations to be formulated by the State Water Control Board, which are actually going to be heard tomorrow and the next day, which would mandate a 25% reduction in potable water. None of that's mentioned in the discussion in the initial study or the MND. Likewise, there's a claim in the MND that this will comply with all wastewater requirements of the city. In the last week of April, you issued a DEIR on the completion of your recycled water plant. Your recycled water plant, which if implemented would reduce potable water. You're seriously asking us to reduce our consumption of water when you aren't even correctly or completely analyzing that critical issue on this project, which should be done on a cumulative basis, as well as with respect to traffic, as has been argued by others. I think you need to remand this to have a complete environmental analysis of the project that complies with applicable law before the decision can be made. Please ensure that these written remarks are included in the record on this matter. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Nielsen Buchanan.
Good evening. I'm going to try to squeeze in 3 quick comments. First of all, the big issue here is that the city does not have adequate policies for housing, traffic, parking, retail, safety. And that's the problem is that the economy has been booming for so long that things are just not in harmony and they're in balance. There's only about 3 ways I can think that's going to come to resolve. One is the council is either going to seize control of this. It's either going to on its own. The expeditious way to do that is to put on a really first-class moratorium, force all the power to the table, and work out the differences in a timely manner. Or we can dawdle along with more and more appeals, and eventually the recession is going to catch us. Had an interesting conversation recently with one of the venture capitalists. It's pretty much felt there's no more than three years left in this boom, which is still a long boom. That's going to be your choice, and this is not the place to settle all that. My second comment is to remind you about the inadequacy of the parking assessment district. Let me quickly give you a summary. The 2 property owners in 2001, the Christensen family and the Wong family, paid about $180,000 to be entitled for these 37 parking places, $5,013.01 per parking space. At the same time, the parking assessment district created about 700 parking places at the cost of $64,000 a parking place. When you take a look at the differential of what that is, and it's in the document that I sent you today, the parking assessment district basically didn't just create 37 parking places for these property owners. It created 9,146 parking spaces, entitlements of some sort, entitlements that no one can explain to me, but it comes up every time, and here it is, 37 more parking places. I think you need to ask Hillary, with all due respect, where are those 37 people going to park? We know that there's going to be so little parking available in downtown 2 years from now. So the last but not least, and I won't dwell on it, there's a provisions for a transportation demand management requirement on the tenant, on the property owners here. I won't have a time to explain why they're not adequate. I urge you not to approve the TDM measures as recommended by the planning director until the public can properly comment on them. I've commented them to you on writing, but I will not have time to enumerate them tonight. Thank you for working this issue so hard and for the hours yet to come.
Thank you. So we now go to the appellant, who will have 3 minutes plus 3 minutes, and the applicant, who will also have 3 minutes plus 3 minutes. So
Madam Mayor, we never heard from the ARB representative. I don't know if you'd
I was
like to
going to
speak,
do that after.
Okay.
Yes.
May I have the
Just to be clear, you have 3 plus 3. You can have 6 minutes, or you can share that time with somebody else who hasn't already spoken. That's
Okay.
So it's 3 plus 3.
I was just going to go back down to the last slide here. Okay. Aye. I'm sorry, it's giving me a little problem. Okay. We've heard a lot about style and diversity here this evening and people's interpretation of that. And I want to let you know that nowhere have I talked about or criticized architecture or style or diversity here. The main issues here are what are written in the code, which is context and compatibility. Compatibility has a lot to do with sizing and mass and how a building that's built is in relationship to the buildings around it and the harmonious transition between one building and another. Because this building does not have harmonious transitions between the buildings around it, it does not meet code. The building needs to be looked at not in a vacuum by what it looks like by itself in a picture. And what's really sad is that those pictures are so deceitful. Why would the architect submit pictures that are so deceitful with regard to its size? And the only thing that I can come up with is because he's tried to hide the true impact of this building. We can still have mixed-use buildings here. This is not an argument against mixed-use buildings, but it needs to be smaller. The fact that the applicant has purchased property along Kipling Street, which happens to be the most narrow street in Palo Alto, does not give her the right to build a 50-foot building that is not in harmony with the buildings around it. The design guidelines specifically talk about how we are to treat this building from the vantage point of Kipling and how that terminus happens right at University Avenue. Nowhere has this been discussed at all. The architect showed you many, many buildings in Palo Alto in lead up to his last 2 pictures of his building, which showed very little of other than this massive building with the disrespectful vantage points. I urge you to look at all of this code. And specifically, municipal code clearly states that no proposal can be approved without it being consistent and compatible with applicable elements of the Palo Alto Comprehensive Plan. And I've shown you here tonight where this building violates the comprehensive plan, municipal code, and is not consistent with our downtown design guidelines. You've heard from a business owner whose business will be impacted by this one-way traffic going down the street, as well as Yoga Works, that little Zen garden. People will be potentially hit. You know, the traffic is not something that you can just, brush under the table with that hexagon report, which was so inadequate. We need a full environmental impact report, including a full traffic analysis to fully know what's going on here. The appellants and I urge you to deny this building's approval, and we ask the developer to reevaluate these plans in relationship to the criteria which we have put forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you do have 2 minutes, 24 seconds left if you care to use it. Apparently not. Okay, so then we turn to the applicant, Dory Yob, the applicant's attorney. And do you want to take 3 minutes or 6?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Dory Yob. I'm with the law firm of Hopkins & Carley, which represents the project applicant. First, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to be heard this evening. I also want to acknowledge and thank staff for their time, attention, detailed review, and consideration of this project. I also want to take a moment to identify the other members of the applicant's team who are here in case you have questions of them. We have Mark Holbert, the Historic Resources Consultant, Gary Black, the Hexagon Transportation Consultant, and Elizabeth and Jaime Wong of Kipling Post LP, the applicant. This high-quality project was carefully designed with sensitivity to the requirements of this city. This project is compliant with all applicable municipal regulations, the city's comprehensive plan, and the downtown design guidelines. There are no exceptions or variances being requested. As you heard, this project has been fully and carefully vetted by the ARB in a preliminary review of the concept plans in 2013 and in 3 separate and fully public hearings since that time. The project was recommended for approval by the ARB following revisions made during that public review process, was recommended by the planning director, and is recommended for approval by the city planning staff here tonight. We are here before you tonight because of the appeal presented by one single appellant. It should be noted the appellant's concerns have been fully vetted as part of the lengthy review process. The appellant presented verbally at all 3 ARB public hearings and submitted various written letters during that process, raising objections similar to those that you're hearing here tonight. Significant changes were made to the project as you have seen as part of the review process, including changes responding to the concerns raised by the appellant. Despite having been heard at all those hearings, the appellant continues to raise arguments that are unsupported by evidence and entirely at odds and inconsistent with the express findings of the ARB, the planning director, and the law. I submitted a letter on Friday, May 1st that walked through each of appellant's argument, which were also exhaustively addressed in the staff report and in the architect's presentation. As you know, this is a quasi-judicial matter. In a sense, you serve as judges here today, determining whether appellant's project complies with the law and whether there's any basis to overturn the ARB's unanimous findings. It is without dispute that this project is compliant and conforms with all existing laws, regulations, and design guidelines. Staff points out that the project and appeal touch on, quote, several current policy considerations the council and community are having related to downtown development, housing, and parking. Again, while council can and should engage in policy discussions to guide its future decision-making, it can't change the rules in the midst of a project. We urge you to deny the appeal and affirm the director's findings.
Thank you. You have 3 more minutes that Mr. Hayes will be taking.
Hi, Ken Hayes. Thank you. Mission Revival, modern, Spanish colonial, Victorian, Queen Anne, utilitarian are all surrounding architectural styles actually referenced by Mr. Harbour. I would like to add a few more like Art Deco, bungalow, mercantile, neoclassic. It is this eclecticism that defines a community as accepting, innovative, progressive, a community that is Palo Alto. We are not Carmel. We're not Santa Barbara. We're not Los Angeles. Palo Alto is recognized worldwide for its entrepreneurial environment, for its innovation, for its technology, for its position on environmental concerns, and sustainability. This is a brand new building. Certainly we're addressing sustainable issues. Our architecture should be part of this forward thinking, not stuck in the past. Let's write the book and lead the way. Let's innovate, inspire new ideas without forgetting the past, but with our sights on the future. Standard, as I've demonstrated tonight and as everyone has talked, is compatibility. The transitions that I showed you tonight of roof lines, of upper story setbacks and so on are found throughout the downtown. They're all over. The alignment issue of trying to establish compatibility with relating to existing building architecture, contextual relationships is found in this building. We've aligned recesses. There's a predominant 10-foot kind of window that surrounds the ground floor that is the same scale as those of the adjacent buildings, unlike the parking garage in LA, which must be 20 feet tall. The Kipling retail is not ignored. We have deliberately wrapped the ground floor glass. We've increased the glazing by 75% on that ground floor to invigorate the Kipling side street and the linkages that we talk about that we want from district to district. And so having the retail frontage sort of provide that thread or that linkage is important, and we're doing that through that enhanced pedestrian experience. Mixed use opportunities, want to encourage those in the downtown. We have 4 apartments. These aren't condominiums. In terms of size, this building is 8,700 square feet more commercial area than that's there today. That's hardly a massive building or that much more massive than what's there. The rest of it is residential floor area on the 3rd floor and the 4th floor. There was no intent by my firm to deceive anyone with our renderings. The idea there is to get back far enough to show the context. It does no good to show a building up close without showing the context if our whole discussion is going to be about compatibility and context. To answer Councilmember Scharf's questions about the alley and circulation, we're actually increasing the alley 4 feet along our building where our garage entrance is and where the bike parking is. That 4 feet will allow additional space there, but we have found that with 20-foot alleys, which is what we have, there's typically plenty of room for a truck to pull over and for vehicles to get by, especially in a one-way situation. So I urge you to support the ARB and your staff and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have the ARB chair here, Randy Popp, if you'd care to make any comments.
Good evening, Mayor Holman and council members. My name is Randy Popp, and I am here in my capacity as chair of the Architectural Review Board to provide some perspective on the support the board offered for this project. While the staff report is correct in noting this project was reviewed by the board 3 times, you have heard prior to this submittal, the applicant proposed a similar project which incorporated one less parcel, which was reviewed earlier. The board spent numerous hours in discussion, which cannot all be summarized, but I will seek to highlight some of that. There are really just 2 topics that I'd like to focus on. The first is building scale as it relates to style and massing. The second is context, and in particular, how that relates to pedestrian-oriented design. To the points of style and massing. Overall, the board felt this applicant has successfully integrated the proposed floor area into a structure which creates transitions from adjacent properties and respects the policies and goals outlined in the comprehensive plan. Breaking down the overall mass of the building into multiple forms, stepping back elements of the building design, and relating elements of the building with those existing at adjacent properties was both a focus of the board's discussion and ultimately a successful response as proposed by the applicant. The board did make mention of the structures on Kipling. Related to those structures and their current use, particular attention was paid to addressing concerns raised for the rear corner of the property at the alley. Again, the board felt the applicant has successfully mitigated concerns related to mass and has organized the building so that its uses are thoughtfully controlled at this location, with terraces and the major elements well integrated into the building form. There is a rhythm along University Avenue. Our pedestrian-oriented guidelines seek to preserve and enhance this. The project design, as approved, has successfully incorporated a spacing of narrow, solid elements and allowed for a regular pattern of open storefront glass, excuse me, consistent with nearby structures. The building across the street at 428 University approaches this in a much different way. Heavy columns and deeply recessed storefront glass make the visibility into the resale space much more difficult to achieve. The board was quite positive about the approach this applicant has taken in regard to retail visibility and the pedestrian experience of it. In closing, I'd like to reiterate how important it is to understand context does not mean replicating style of adjacent structures. You need to look deeper into design and understand the diagrammatic massing and overall order of the building's organization and the environment within which it exists. This is what our guidelines encourage, and this is what the building has achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. So next we'll go to staff and see if you have any responses to anything that's been said, and then we'll come to council members for questions of any of the speakers.
Thank you, Mayor Holman. We don't have anything to add at this point, but we'd be happy to answer any questions that the council has.
Okay, so we'll return to the council now and ask if there are any questions. Councilmember Niss, so you have questions of any of the speakers.
I think probably the issue that has generated the most questions, and certainly some that you sent over the weekend, deals with the TDR, and it's come up any number of times tonight. We have, as a council, not this year dealt with TDRs yet, but we did in December of last year when we dealt with the TDRs on the historical museum. So could you give us at least your feedback, your read on this, because that seems to be a consistent theme, that there's something amiss with the TDRs.
Thank you, Councilmember Niss. I'd be happy to reiterate some of the material we provided in response to council questions. That material should have gotten to you all in writing today and to the public via email. The question was raised about the seismic bonus that was granted at the property at, is it 340 University, and subsequently transferred for use at this site. It's been pointed out that the building was demolished, and that's how the seismic hazard was abated. The code does provide for a bonus for seismic rehabilitation, is the wording in the code, but historically the staff and the city has provided that bonus when the seismic hazard is addressed through demolition. We found a handful of examples where this has been the case, and this was the case for 340 University. The bonus was granted. The TDRs were certified and recorded in accordance with the city's procedures. At this point, we don't think there's a way to take back what was given in compliance with a precedent that was set by multiple other examples in the city. I think we're certainly open to the council's direction going forward on a go-forward basis, if you'd like to clarify that section of the ordinance or have us interpret it differently. But as I said, we don't feel there's an ability to go backwards at this point and change what has been granted.
So in pursuing that a little further, my research seems to show these TDRs go back 15 years or more. And I don't know how many times they've been used. It would be pretty difficult to find out.
The seismic bonus program, I think, dates from the
TDRs. TDRs.
Yeah, the TDRs.
Either seismic or historic, right?
I think it goes back to the 80s.
It may. Yes, I don't know. So you think it's been in place for 20 years, 25 years?
Quite some time, yes.
And has there been any other question that has come up around the use of the TDRs? I realize, Hillary, it's been, you're still coming up on 2 years, so I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if someone has the answer to that, that would be helpful.
Well, thank you, Mayor Niss. I think you've pointed out that's one of the challenges that Jonathan and myself and some of the staff have. We're relatively new here. We're piecing together the history of the TDR program, finding the precedents in what has happened, what's transpired before our arrival at the city. I think the program as a whole has been quite successful. There's been bonuses granted for historic rehabilitation and for addressing seismic hazards, bonuses that have been used on the sites where the activity is taking place, but also bonuses that have been transferred using TDRs. A more complete summary or synopsis of the program would take probably more time than we have and more research than we've been able to do in advance of the meeting.
Yeah. Thank you for that answer.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I just wanted to follow up on that TDR question. There was also a comment made that the amount of TDRs didn't square with the amount of square footage at 340.
Thank you, Councilmember Du Bois. We did get a question about a matter of a discrepancy of something like 60-something square feet, and we did not have an opportunity to research going back 4 years what that discrepancy, what was the cause of that discrepancy. So again, if the council would like us to pursue that further, you could certainly ask us to do that, and we would do our best to dig into the records.
Yeah, I think, okay. I guess the numbers I saw were more like 200 square feet, which could be significant. So I guess that's something we could potentially address. The other question I had, I think Councilmember Scharf mentioned earlier, was, when is a shadow analysis required for a project like this?
Thank you, Councilmember Du Bois. I think we did address that topic in the initial study. Typically, we look under CEQA at whether there's significant shading on public parks and open spaces and the like, and I think we covered that in brief in the initial study, noting that the only public areas that would be shaded would be the streets and sidewalks. I don't know whether, Catherine, you have anything to add?
So it does not include like the residents across the street?
No, we typically don't look at impacts on private properties from a impact, a CEQA perspective. That is something that could be considered by the ARB or the council as a design issue.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Philseth.
You have a question for the board member Pop from the Architectural Review Board. Sir, I'm looking at the minutes of the February 19th, 2015, the third and final review. And in here, there's a comment from board member Liu, which says, and I quote, in an ideal, this is about FARs, by the way, and scale, since we're talking about scale and sizing. In an ideal world, I really support more of our 2.0 floor area ratio. The 2.86 seems big to me, particularly at the back. So it's the project as given is 2.86 FAR. 2.0 would be 40% smaller. And then you comment that you say, I agree with Alex's comments about the 2.86. I mean, it's a lot for this site. It's a lot. On top of the 2.86, there's a 200 square foot bonus that was taken, and all these things in aggregate have created what is a significant building. So did you folks, I mean, it sounds like you folks sort of, had some at least some serious sort of thinking about the scale. Did you guys ultimately decide that it was acceptable?
I'll tell you, we had some serious thinking about the scale. And we spent 3 solid hearings really talking about this building.
Randy, can you speak a little bit more clearly?
We had some really serious thinking about the scale. And we spent 3 solid hearings really talking about how this building is fashioned, how it's sculpted, what the right approach should be to managing the FAR that the applicant was proposing. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, we got to a point where we were comfortable with it. Okay. We approved the project based on that level of analysis and an understanding that that top floor is pulled back, that the building has a lot of recesses, that they really have tried to, in what we thought was a very successful way, mask this significant square footage.
Right, so you felt that they made a significant effort to ameliorate the scale?
Definitely. I think if you take a look at the rendering of the first version of the building that we saw, mm-hmm. and compare that to the approved version of the building, you'll see the progress that was made and the really significant efforts this applicant made. I think this is a good example of the Architectural Review Board process assisting an applicant toward a better solution. I
think I would agree with that. I think the final one looks significantly different, and you guys must have been impressed by that.
I think we were. It was many projects that we see, mm-hmm. are not much of a dialogue. Mm-hmm. We are struggling with applicants. We are really working hard to get an applicant to understand what needs to be changed. Mm-hmm. This is a capable applicant who has experience and understands the process in Palo Alto, and listened carefully to our concerns, met with us, and worked hard to address the concerns the board had brought forward and ultimately was successful.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. So I guess the first thing is on the TDM program. Can you actually walk me through, and I couldn't find it, I guess I just can't read this properly, but it says attachment D, page 12 of 41, condition number 8. What packet page is that? I just simply couldn't find it. I wanted you to walk me through what the TDM requirements are on this project.
So I believe you're referring, Jonathan Late, Assistant Director. Right. I believe you're referring to the condition that was imposed with respect to the TDM.
Yes, I am.
You can find that on packet page 632, condition number 8. And the program is, as you're getting to that, lays out a requirement, and this was one that was added after, this was not included in the ARB reports, but it was one that came in after with the director's approval, that the plan be one approved by the director, and that it include proposed performance targets for parking and or trip reduction, and indicate the basis for such estimates, and shall designate a single entity to implement the proposed measures during the building occupancy. It's yeah, it's relatively a standard condition, but we're actually looking at the important part about that is that it's subject to the director's review, and we're looking at our TDM programs, and it has to go through that discretionary review of getting that approval from the director.
So, I mean, the reason I ask is we've obviously heard a lot from the audience about parking and whether or not the building's going to be underparked. One of the things I did notice was that they didn't take advantage of, there's a 20% for a mixed-use project, if I recall, and I'm glad they didn't, but there is that. So, you know, yes, the building is underparked. I don't think that's a question on that. But the question is what do you see, what kind of a reduction do you expect to achieve in terms of parking, in terms of single occupancy vehicles through the TDM imposition? How are you thinking about this? This actually, you know, is an interesting question since you have the condition on here. I mean, what are you thinking?
So I'll take an initial cut at the question. In terms of any specific targets, I don't know that we have a percentage in mind, but we do recognize that the building is located in a very pedestrian-oriented area. There is some bicycle lockers that are required and would be put on the site, and also the proximity to the Caltrain rail station. So we saw this as an opportunity to incorporate some TDM program.
So what would those be? I mean, we've obviously been talking a lot about TDM. I guess I'm expecting a little more frankly, than what you're saying.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Scharf. The most common element of an effective TDM program that we see is transit passes, like the Go Pass or the Eco Pass, that can encourage employees and residents to take advantage of the transit that's already available in the vicinity. I did want to also add, I know it's been said several times, at least several times this evening, that the project is underparked. The project actually complies with our code. I don't think we could impose additional parking requirements on it. It meets every standard that we have in terms of its parking compliance. We saw the imposition of a TDM as an added requirement in the hopes that any way we could encourage people to rely on transit, pedestrian, bicycling and walking, we'd like to do that.
So, not to belabor the point a little bit, and yes, I agree. I mean, the project has completely complied with all of the parking requirements under our code. I mean, I don't disagree with that. And in fact, it was pretty clear to me that if we told the applicant they could only build the existing square footage plus 5,000 square feet, they could build a building with no parking whatsoever, because they have they have 5,000 of TDMs, which they're absolutely entitled to under all circumstances, I can tell it. So then the question becomes, how are we going to ensure that there is no spillover parking? And what I wanted to hear, that there's no parking in the neighborhoods, there's no spillover parking, that this doesn't make the parking situation in the downtown worse. And I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what kind of teeth you can put in this. Can you say, for instance, that you will have a 25% reduction or a 30% reduction. And part of what I'm looking at here is clearly when SurveyMonkey did their survey, and it was Palantir and I forget the third company, in the SurveyMonkey building, I think it was 67% utilized the garage. So I'm just trying to get a sense from you if I should have some comfort level that no, there's not going to be a stream of cars parking in the neighborhoods and parking and surrounding, and this, this building will in fact be fully parked, or a fact that you think the TDM program, won't achieve that. And can you say there will be fines, for instance, if you don't meet certain targets? I mean, are we going to have a robust TDM program that goes in that direction, and do you feel you have the authority to do that?
Thank you. Again, Councilmember Scharf, I think by imposing this condition, we do think we have the authority to have a substantive conversation with the applicant about a quantitative standard that they think they could meet. I'm not prepared to say right now what I think that would be, but I think based on the tenants that occupy the building, we would look at them to establish a standard that is robust and can be monitored and tracked.
So I wanted to ask the city attorney if we can retain jurisdiction to approve the TDM program that the director comes up with, if we approve this project.
Yes, Cara Silver, Senior Assistant City Attorney. You could do that through a condition of approval, that TDM program would have to come back to the council for approval.
Okay. So as the director, you approved this project as being compatible, which is one of the big issues that we're discussing tonight. Could you walk me through your thinking of why this building is compatible and why you have made that decision to approve it?
Thank you, Councilmember Scharf. It's always a challenge. I think we knew this project was going to have a lot of interest at the council and in the community. When we're faced with a situation like this, we give great weight to what the city's volunteer experts on the ARB recommend. There was a long record here. We also give great weight to whether the project has evolved over the course of the process to respond to the concerns that have been raised both by the ARB and by members of the public who attend the ARB meetings. In this case, we had a unanimous ARB recommendation, and we had an evidence that the project had evolved over the course of the review. Again, it's always a difficult decision. I recognize that compatibility is in the eye of the beholder. We're here tonight because members of the community don't agree with our decision, and ultimately it's up to the council to decide whether you agree with our decision and with the ARB, or whether you'd like to take a different direction.
And I guess I have one final question for the applicant themselves, either Ken Hayes or Ms. Wong or whoever's best. So I heard from Michaela and her flower shop, and there's a sense of there's a community on the alley there. What have you done, or what are you prepared to do to protect those businesses, frankly, and to make sure that that ecosystem works and that, they're not negatively impacted by your building?
Basically, we are not the expert in traffic, and the city has a traffic department, a transportation department, and I was asking Rafael, what are some possibilities of handling the alley, and we will work and cooperate very closely with him to arrive at and to mitigate any problems that we may cause. I believe the alley right now is basically no parking and a one-way street. I also believe that the Zen garden created by one of the neighbors is a two-space parking that they closed and made it into a garden. So I'm not really sure if that garden is there, how they can take two parking spaces and make it into a garden. But it is not, I'm not the expert in this, and I will work with the city's traffic department and Rafael what is it that I need to do in order to mitigate any problems that we may cause.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Let's see. I think I first want to start with a couple questions for Board Member Pop, if I could. And Randy, the first one's a follow-up to Councilmember Philseth's question about this exchange that is in the record from the ARB about apprehensions on the size and its the impact of the size on the mass and scale. And you had said that, if I understood you right in your exchange with Councilmember Philseth, that you subsequently worked through those issues. But if I read this correctly, this was stated toward the end of your final hearing. So what changed in the project after you made those comments?
I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't clear earlier. What I meant to say was that we had worked through all these issues of massing and scale. If you look at the record, I think very early on in the process, I started talking about the extraordinary FAR on this project. That in addition to
I'm
standard
just going
FAR
by the
and all these
record.
other things. No, it's fine. I don't have complete recollection of everything that was said, but I think what I was getting at this was at the very end of this process saying, listen, we've struggled with this. This has been tough. And part of what we talk about is when other applicants come forward, how do we want them to handle it? I don't have complete recollection of everything that we said at this meeting, but I think my recollection of the intent was just to say, it's a lot, but we've gotten where we need to get and we're going to vote yes.
So here's the other contextual part of that discussion as the record shows, which is that a couple of you, after the project had been finished in its design, expressed concerns over that mass and scale, but then there was a discussion about Board Member Liu basically saying that it wasn't his understanding that compatibility concerns would allow the ARB to reject a project which used TDRs to meet the numerical criteria. And so the implication there is that the ARB was under an understanding that their purview and the existing code would not have allowed them to say, no, you can't use that much in TDRs.
No, that's not my read of the regulations, and I have had discussions about that recently. The way I understand the regulation, and we can certainly ask the city attorney to give us some definition about this, is that the Architectural Review Board is discouraged from encouraging an applicant to reduce their area that they have achieved through TDRs unless it's absolutely necessary to manage the bulk or the scale of the building. And in this particular case, we were able to get to a point where we felt the building was compatible, where we could make the findings and we were able to approve the project.
Okay.
Be happy to have further discussion about that and to better understand that if that's appropriate.
Okay. And then the other thing that I couldn't find in the record, and maybe it's there, was ARB discussion around some specific parts of the downtown urban design guidelines. In particular, there's a section about secondary districts that speaks to Kipling itself. And was that something that you guys actually specifically addressed, or was it addressed more generally?
So I'm certainly aware of that statement in the downtown guidelines. I'm not, maybe you've read it more carefully than I have, the minutes more carefully than I have. I don't recall us having a specific discussion about that, but it's certainly something that I evaluated as I was understanding the project.
Because the guidelines, as I reread them, and I hadn't read them in a long time, so it's not like it's been at the back of my head. But it does say that the areas of, including the Kipling district. They have their own distinct characteristics, and efforts should be made to unify and complement each of the secondary districts through use of appropriate design, landscaping, and amenities. Both districts, including this being Kipling, contain significant historic architecture and development patterns. And then it goes on to say the HRB is an important resource for consulting, and I'll ask staff about that. And then it also goes into talking about Kipling Street itself and giving a lot of context. So these guidelines are much of what, when the comp plan refers to or speaks to this area and the findings that the ARB has to make, it drives down to this set of urban design guidelines. And I was troubled that I just didn't see these addressed, even talked about by the ARB, and I think they're pretty important. So if you or anybody, maybe staff, can point out that there was that discourse, I'd be happy to be corrected on that.
So, thank you, Councilmember Burt and board member. I don't recall a specific conversation about looking at the context-based criteria. It was included in the staff reports that went to the ARB. It was included in the administrative record, and it was a part of those reports. And the findings were there with some explanations as to how those were addressed. And you can also find those in your current packet, on starting on packet page 626.
Okay, so thanks, Randy. So I'm at 626, and can you walk me through where those guidelines are specifically referenced?
So let's see. So these context-based criteria are set forth in the municipal code specifically. And as far as the downtown urban design guide, which is not a document which we evaluate, not a document that contains findings, and my staff will correct us if I'm wrong about this, but this is a guide as opposed to findings that are set forth in the municipal code. So we use this as a policy guidance. So I don't believe there's any, and I am, so I'm sorry, is that Amy? Okay, so it's policy L23, and it's a, so is this our response?
Downtown urban design guide.
Is this our response?
Yes.
Okay, so let me bring your attention to packet page 629, which is attachment E to the director's determination. And attachment E is the comprehensive plan table.
Yep.
And policy L23 talks about maintenance, maintain and enhance university downtown area with a central business district, and it goes on. The response to the right of that is reference to the downtown urban design guide, and it notes compliance with the pedestrian-friendly amenities such as recessed entries, canopies, and new street trees. Two, includes attractive display windows at frequent intervals, so on and so forth.
Okay, so let's dive a little deeper into that, because the comp plan in L23, well, I don't know if it's L23, my recollection is there. The comp plan references specifically the downtown urban design guidelines, correct? And we have a requirement in our findings for consistency with the comp plan. The staff reference on packet page 629 refers to some elements of the general downtown urban design guidelines. However, I can't find a reference to the guidelines specific to Kipling, which are on page 28, I think, of the downtown urban design guidelines. And the specific guidelines are much more relevant than the general.
So again, I'll I'll start at that. The policy in the comprehensive plan that references the downtown guidelines is actually, it's not a policy at all. It's actually program L19.
Okay.
And it reads, the downtown urban design guide is not mandatory, but provides useful ideas and direction for private development and public improvement in the downtown area. So that's the framework that we have in which to evaluate the projects. But I hear your question about the specific response of the guidelines to Kipling, and I don't believe that there's other than the general conversations of compatibility and a conversation about the other structures on Kipling, I don't know that there was a specific discussion about those guidelines relative to the project.
So let me switch over to the city attorney, and then I'd like to return to that in a moment. So I want to make sure I understand our obligations in the findings to find consistency with the comp plan. So if the comp plan refers to the downtown urban design guidelines as not mandatory but guidelines, does that mean that we should exclude that from consideration of consistency with the comp plan because it's not mandatory? Or is its reference, whether it's a mandatory compliance or not, still constituting consistency with the comp plan?
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. Typically what we would like to see with these types of policies, and the comp plan has several different policies similar to this that reference other guidance documents. And so what we typically like to see is that the decision is informed by those guidance documents. So they are, and the guidance documents tend to be more policy oriented. They perhaps contain more subjective interpretive type of language. And so we would expect the decision makers to consult with those policy documents and have those policy documents inform their decisions.
Okay, so if I, as a policymaker, am going to look at consistency in the comp plan, is it fair and appropriate for me to include the document that the comp plan references, the Downtown Urban Design Guidelines, as part of my determination of consistency?
Yes, to the extent that those urban design guidelines would help you make the decision on consistency.
Right, okay, good. Another thing is this project didn't have Historic Resources Board review. And yet it has, the applicant had reports from an historic expert and was that expert selected by our staff or the applicant, or who determines that, who that expert is?
So for the historic analysis, that was prepared by the applicant, and we had that peer reviewed as part of our environmental analysis.
Okay, and so it hit the threshold of having this historic analysis. And then I'll say also that in these urban design guidelines, it says, referring to the Kipling district, both districts contain significant historic architecture and development patterns. And the Palo Alto Historic Resources Board is an important resource in consulting for future development of these areas. Now, it doesn't state explicitly that any project here must go before the HRB. But here we have this guidance, and we have a trigger of a historic compatibility report, but it never went to the HRB. Why is that?
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. I should mention that we did find reference to the Kipling subdistrict in our staff report that went to the ARB. the page I have right here is a different packet reference, but there was a paragraph presented to the ARB talking about this specific issue of the Kipling district. With regard to the historic resources report, the primary issue evaluated was the significance of the buildings on the site itself. To the extent it talked about compatibility, it talked about whether there was a district or a potential historic district in the area. I think if this is an area where the City Council would like some additional input from the HRB, you could certainly ask for that. At the time, we did not feel that it was warranted based on the scope of the project and what we understood the questions to be about it.
So the downtown urban design guidelines didn't say it's an historic district. It said it has significant historic architecture and development patterns, and that context alone caused it to reference that the Historic Resource Board is an important resource in consulting for future development. The implication clearly being there, to me, that they would be consulted on a project falling within that district. That seems to be the intent of that paragraph. So can you explain what does, in staff's current thinking, the way in practice, what triggers when a project goes to the HRB? Is it just if that project itself, the building itself has historic merit or potential historic merit?
Thank you, Councilmember Byrd. I think if the building itself or another building that is recognized as a historic resource would have a potential impact, we would have referred this to the HRB. In this case, we just didn't see that as a possibility, and we didn't think the referral was necessary. Again, this is an area where if the council would like to refer to the HRB, we could certainly backtrack and do that. At the time, we didn't feel that it was merited.
Okay. And I read earlier, but trying to keep everything in my head, I've lost sight of it. But I believe there is a reference, I think it was in the findings, but I went back and tried to find it and couldn't, that the walls that are affected are not merely the street-facing walls. And do you know where that is, that reference lies? That the alley wall and the other, I'll call it west, it's kind of southwest facing wall toward the train station, that those are also walls that matter, maybe not in the same way that a street facing wall does. Now, I'll let you work on that, and if it comes to somebody's mind or if I can go back a third time and find it, I'll let you know. But I don't think I imagine reading it, so I think it's in there. And there was a statement by Board Member Pop that the ARB is discouraged from, and this is a question, I guess, for legal counsel, is it discouraged from having an applicant discouraged by legal counsel from them having an applicant reduce their use of TDRs to meet mass and scale criteria, if I understood that right. So can you tell me what is the position of our legal department on the discretion that the ARB and the other review parties should have around these TDRs? And it kind of goes to this crux of this question of, if we have downtown, we have a 1.0 FAR, and we have I think in the comp plan there's a reference that commercial buildings should be 0.35 to 2.0. And here we have a project at 2.86. And the question is, if somebody has legally purchases TDRs, do they then have an implicit right to develop a building that large, as long as it stays within the height and other envelope factors, that they can build a building that utilizes those TDRs?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Burt. So there are two relevant sections in the TDR ordinance that apply here. One is that there is a section in the TDR ordinance that says that while an applicant can certainly purchase TDRs, the city does not guarantee that there are adequate receiver sites in which to transfer those TDRs. So I think the TDR program was built on the assumption that there's not going to be an absolute guarantee that these TDRs can be used. Also, there is a section in the ordinance that states that TDRs should be allowed to be transferred to a receiver site, and that when the ARB or other decision maker is reviewing the discretionary findings, that the size of the building and the FAR should not be reduced except when TDRs are being used, except in the condition when findings need to be adjusted in order to, or where the FAR needs to be adjusted in order to make findings. So your ordinance, your TDR ordinance, does allow you to reduce FAR in order to make particular consistency findings.
So you've just clarified that we definitely are allowed to reduce the use of TDRs in order to come up with consistency findings. Is the ARB discouraged from doing what you just described? Has the legal staff discouraged them from doing what you just described? We're allowed to do as a council?
I didn't hear Mr. Pop say that the legal staff had discouraged that.
Was it planning staff then?
You know, I don't know. I can't speak to that. But I do think that they're probably implementing policy, and of course, the TDR policy here is that, you know, there's been a long established policy that when you that you want to preserve historic buildings, and this TDR program has served very well for doing that. And I think there's, you know, a desire to keep the TDR program intact, and that's probably what the ARB was doing with that.
Keeping the program intact and kind of having not limits on that use are not one and the same in my mind. But can I ask Board Member Pop to clarify what he had said on where this guidance came from and what the guidance was?
So first, let me be clear in saying that the evaluation of this was my own. I did not get guidance from planning staff or from the city attorney's office. I read what I thought was the relevant section, which was 1818-080, transfer of development rights, and found this language relevant to the discussion. In reviewing a project proposed for a receiver site pursuant to this section, the Architectural Review Board shall review the project in accordance with Section 1648-120 of this code. However, the project may not be required to be modified for the sole purpose of reducing square footage unless necessary in order to satisfy the criteria for approval under Chapter 1648 or any specific requirement of the municipal code.
Okay, so that's the same code that the city attorney just read from. And so I guess that it really comes down, the crux is interpretation of what it means that unless it's necessary in order to meet the findings.
Right, if I may, my interpretation was that if we couldn't meet the findings, we could ask the applicant to go back and reduce the amount of square footage that they were proposing. But we got to a point where we were able to make the findings. So we did not go there.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Final questions, I believe they're my final questions, are actually for Mr. Hayes. And you made a point of emphasizing that this project is not required to mimic architectural designs surrounding it. And I agree fully with that, but I wasn't sure you sounded like you were responding to claims that it was required to mimic it.
No. It was really coming from I think some of the discussions during the ARB process from the appellant, indicating that we have a Victorian and Queen Anne neighborhood of category 3 and 4 historic buildings, and I see no reflection of that in this building. And so I just was kind of responding that that's not a requirement.
Okay, I couldn't find in the appellant's language anything about mimicking. And so I think it really comes down to what we mean by respecting those and what compatibility is. But I think it's a misrepresentation to say anybody was claiming it should be a mimicking. I couldn't find anything
in the ARB notes.
In the appellant's
it's probably not in the
or the ARB notes. I couldn't find anywhere about saying it ought to mimic. Okay, and then you also said that the President Hotel is across the street.
Oh, it's in the block across the street.
That's different from across the street. So it's down.
Well, I was very
rushed.
I was very rushed tonight, as
okay.
You could see. All right.
So it's an important distinction because when we look at compatibility of surrounding buildings, we are going to have a question of, is that compatibility about a broader street area of 1 or 2 blocks, right, and the opposite side of the street as much as
and I think it is.
Yeah, adjacent buildings, or is it trying to emphasize more of a tighter knit area where we're talking about compatibility? And I think that's an important question. And we certainly have up and down university. I mean, we could make arguments that is not too far away for 525 University, and I don't think anybody's going to argue that
right,
that's
right,
relevant to compatibility. Okay, I just want to clarify that. Thanks.
Can I clarify one thing, sir? Councilmember Burt, on the FAR. So the FAR on the commercial side is 1.85 or 1.86, depending on how you round. So to get to the 2.86, it's the 1-to-1 FAR for the residential that is putting us there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Yeah, I'd like to step back for a moment and ask a general question just on the parking issue. I have found as a council member, I have a hard time getting past the parking issue to look at other questions. And let me put this in terms of a question not to the applicant but to staff. The project is planned for 57 parking places off-site. Now, it seems to me that there's a conflict in code here. The code says that you can use in lieu fees and exemptions for TDRs for off-site parking. On the other hand, the code that defines the in lieu fee, the downtown parking district, says explicitly that payment of in lieu fees ensures that new development in the downtown area does not exacerbate the existing parking deficit. And they define that as 1,490 cars. So you have these two elements of the code, one that says it's okay to park off-site, but the other base code says, yes, as long as it doesn't exceed that number of 1,490. So that number becomes very important. How many cars of workers are there parked somewhere in the downtown area? Now, 4 years ago, the council asked for an update of the development cap. And in May of 2014, we got the first volume of that, and it looked at parking. And it said, it summed up by saying, the implication of the downtown square footage implies there's 8,000 cars that would be in the area. They make some assumptions about surveys and said actually there's probably only 4,900 cars of workers in the downtown. But they also say that the number of off-street sites in the downtown area comes to less than 1,900. And that all the street parking in the downtown is restricted 2-hour parking. So that implies that there's 3,000 or more cars in the neighborhoods every day. Latest surveys of counting cars in the neighborhood says there seems to be some substantial increase in parking between 2013, the date that the data in the development cap study was taken, and the last month in the downtown area. So it's probably substantially over there. Now, one of the people tonight said, well, actually there's some 9,000 entitlements granted through various programs of in lieu fees and elsewhere. So somehow there is a number between 3,000 and 9,000 of worker cars that are out there. And in order to, and if the code does say our basic in lieu downtown development parking district code says you shall not exceed 1,490, that's the goal of the program. We are exceeding that. So a number of questions flow from that, and I think it's important to answer these base questions. What are the numbers, and how should we deal with the development cap study? Are those the numbers that the city is standing behind? That report came out 1.5 years ago, and we have never had a council meeting to discuss those numbers and what they mean. Are they compatible with our code setting up the parking district? Number two, who keeps count of entitlements? And who has those entitlements? And where do they go? Number three, what happens when we're talking about not just resolving the issue of the entitlements, but adding more to it? This 50 cars, 57 cars off-site are somehow subsumed into not the existing deficit, but an increase in the deficit. Another question, does the parking district have some financial responsibility for placing those cars or paying the cost of placing them elsewhere, since they are set up on the base force? A question came up tonight about TDRs. Are they only for retrofit or not? So maybe there's some base questions out there on TDRs. And another question came up on TDMs might be a solution. But I do not note that the citywide transportation study in 1988 said the key policy we will have to keep the number of commuter cars down is a dynamic TDM program. So that was 25 years ago we had that. So a series of questions, and I guess I find myself unable to make a decision on, is this compatible or not? until I can get some base information on the parking issue. Not only the existing parking issue, but adding to the parking issue.
So, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Schmid, City Attorney Molly Stump, just before the Planning Director weighs in with some comments on the various issues that you raised, some very important and deep questions on parking and the way that the assessment district was set up. Those items are appropriate tonight to the extent that they bear on the application that's before the council tonight. But because of the way the item was agendized, we really do need to be focusing on that issue this evening and other broader questions about parking and the history of the parking and the cap study, et cetera. The planning director really is going to need to wait. And perhaps it's time for some other item to be agendized specifically on those. I will leave that to the mayor and the city manager to contemplate. But tonight we have to focus on this particular project that is noticed.
Well, I guess the generation of the question comes from the fact that there are 57 parking places not on site.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Schmid. I just have a couple things to add. I think it's important to step back and think about downtown Palo Alto. It's in a special place, and I think the people who have planned and thought about downtown for generations have had this kind of great idea, which is we're not going to require every little building and every site to have its own parking supply. We're going to be collective about this. We're going to fund and construct parking garages and parking lots that serve the communal good. And we're going to finance those and allow those to serve the individual buildings. And one of the reasons that that's such a great idea in dense environments like downtown Palo Alto is it minimizes pedestrian impacts, because every time you have a driveway that crosses a sidewalk, you have a potential for pedestrian and auto conflicts. And so it just wouldn't be feasible to have every site in downtown Palo Alto park itself to the maximum that's required by parking demand or by code. And those who have come before us established the parking assessment district, and this project benefits from that assessment district. Whether that's a good thing or not, I happen to think it is. As I mentioned, I think that's a wise strategy in a dense environment like Palo Alto's downtown. But it is what it is. In terms of recognizing potential off-site impacts that might exist if there was overflow parking from this site, I think we on staff are comforted by the council's actions to establish a residential permit parking program. That program is reasonably foreseeable at this point. You have taken a formal action. You have directed us to proceed, and we will be taking steps to limit overflow impacts in the neighborhood. So unless you were very pessimistic and think that that's going to be completely ineffective, I think the council can also take some comfort in that. There's just no reason to expect that a project of this scale that meets all of the requirements of the city code and has contributed to the assessment district over time would have any impacts on the neighborhood that are outsized or that could not be somehow controlled or mitigated by the program that the council has already set in motion.
Yeah, thank you. I guess one of the implications of what you say, though, is the parking assessment district was set up to make a collective decision about parking, and the financial responsibility for parking might rest with them. Is that an implication?
I'm afraid I don't follow you. There are 37 spaces here that are not required because the site is in the assessment district and has paid assessments. So there has been a financial commitment over time from this site, and I don't follow you any further than that.
If the district has underfunded its sites, who bears the responsibility of saying, oh, we have created a base problem of not filling the needs for the permits we gave out?
Well, again, Vice Mayor Schmidt, I think we're straying far from the agenda here. We have collected in lieu fees over time, and we have parking garage construction in the council's infrastructure plan, and we have this RPP program in place with a number of other supply enhancements and operational changes that we intend to make in downtown Palo Alto. So these issues have been considered at length in other contexts, and I think probably safe to leave it at that.
Are those your end of your questions? Okay. I have just a couple of 3 questions, I think. One of them has to do with retail and the rhythm of University Avenue, especially in retail. As I look at the plans on plan sheet AO.4, and I'm doing this not with a scale, I did it earlier by counting the number of sidewalk squares, I guess you could call it, which seems to be a reasonable way to do that. They seem to be consistent. So it seems to me that there's about 30 feet from the last retail entry to the corner of Kipling. And then while there is an entry that looks like it opens onto the retail on the Kipling side, as it measures out, again using the sidewalk squares as a calculator, that's 70 feet from the corner. And these are approximates. I would hope that they're pretty clear. I didn't round any numbers up when I did the math. So, you know, the rhythm on University Avenue is, you know, 25-foot wide storefronts for the most part, each one of those buildings having an entry. So I look at, you know, on this 100-foot span, there are 3 entryways, and then there's another 100 feet that wraps the corner before there's another entry. Also, we have some principles in, I think it's the downtown design guidelines, I think, that talk about, you know, reinforcing corners and that, and yet we've got, like I say, 30 feet from the corner, when I think on this project or another project, the ARB has tried to introduce like corner entries and that sort of thing to strengthen the corners. This seems to be defying that. So help me understand that.
So thank you, Mayor Holman. I actually happen to have that page open from the downtown design guidelines with the corners, and I'll show it here. I don't expect you to necessarily see it, but there are 4 options, and 3 of those options include entrances pretty much at the corner, and there's a 4th option shown here on the far left is it comes to a corner as almost as illustrated here on the drawings, as a successful implementation of reinforcing the street frontage on at a corner on University, and in this case the side street Kipling. So with respect to the downtown guide, at least in part, that seems to be a design solution that is identified in that document. With regard to
can you state that again, please? I didn't quite follow. There was something about that I didn't quite follow. How it.
So as I understand the downtown design guidelines, there are options for how to address corners on the ground floor of buildings, and one of the options is a design that's illustrated in the document is one, and this is on page 28 of the plan. If you have a copy of that with you. Is shows the facade coming to a point without an entry at that corner. That said, there are 3 other design options that show an entry at the corner. So it's not a prescription for how to design it, but there's guidance on 4 options at least presented in the document. With respect to Kipling and entrances, I would ask that we bring the applicant up to speak to their program needs or why they designed it this way with respect to Kipling and the entrances, if that's appropriate.
I'm happy to ask the architect, would probably be, I guess, the person.
Mayor Holman, hello. Ken Hayes. So actually A2.3 is a better drawing to look at. That actually has the dimensions on it. And it's not unlike the former Apple store on the corner, where I think that's actually a 50-foot site. So you have about 25 feet to the center of the doors at the former Apple store to the corner. And this is about 29 feet to the center of the doors from the corner. So it's not unlike what's happening across Kipling. But what I really want you to draw your attention to is that, yes, it's important that we have recessed entries and that they face the street, and we're certainly doing that. But the rhythm that I was speaking to tonight was not only that part of it, but the fact that the actual structure of the buildings themselves and the spacing of the windows creates that texture or rhythm that is University Avenue. And so if you look at A2.3, you can see that the structure does reflect that. The first piece is, and I'm sorry, even though I have my glasses on, 29 feet, and then 25, 25, and 17 and a half. So it does reflect the pattern of development that you find as you walk. But there's not an entrance at every 25-foot section, just like there's not one at the building across the street. When it turns and runs down Kipling, we've maintained that kind of rhythm and felt like if there was going to be a viable retailer on Kipling, we wanted to make sure that it had a space that sort of fronted Kipling, and the corner of the property did not have conflicting doors. And it's always a balance between the community's needs, the city's requirements, and my client's requirements. And from the very beginning of this project, and I told the ARB this as well, the client has dreamt of a corner window. And so that sort of, not saying the whole project was driven from that, but that was a requirement. It is, after all, the client's building. And so that was a strong requirement from them. But if you look across the street at the former Apple building, it's exactly the same thing. It's a corner window.
So another question having to do with this is that same rhythm kind of question is, as I look at the buildings along University, it seems like the buildings have a variety of recesses. Some storefronts are recessed, some aren't, but they differentiate. It seems like they pop in and out. These are all the same recess and the same door pattern. And was there any consideration of, and I think actually the ARB may have addressed this, about why this is such a repeat pattern as opposed to differentiated? And I would just do two questions at once. The entryways and also the roof line. Because if you look at the pattern along University Avenue, especially on this block, the roof lines deviate quite some.
All right, so to your first question, this was something that was discussed at the ARB, and you can see it in the progression of iterations with the project. So initially, it was very similar, not only in plan, but also in elevation, where we had a very broad building. And the ARB's comments, and I agreed, was that we really needed to kind of break this up more and provide transitions and really accentuate that rhythm that we're defining as Palo Alto. So that's where we made the significant change to University Avenue frontage, where we took the first 30 feet. I wish I had my slides up. As you're looking at the building from University on the left-hand side, where it transitions from the one-story building to the two-story buildings, we completely dropped that. So it's really going to read like a separate building on the left-hand side, and that's about 30 feet. I mean, that's going to create and start to set up the rhythm that then you see in the remaining 75 feet of the frontage. But I feel it's important for the building to be seen as one as well. So it can have these constituent parts, but I want it to read like one composition. And so we've taken the height of that second story of that first piece, the first 30 feet, and established that as a datum line that runs through the elevation and defines basically the height of the balconies for the third floor apartments. And so that kind of provides that continuity, but then superimposed on that is the block face that continues the 25-foot rhythm that you see on the ground floor in the area that's above. So I think that when you step back, and that's what I was trying to display tonight, when you step back, you do see those transitions all over the downtown in every block that has any buildings that are taller than 2 stories. There is that transition. And the block where I showed La Strada and Hoya and the Burge Clark building as it transitions to the Wells Fargo building, I mean, it's a beautiful transition from a 4-story Wells Fargo building that we didn't do to the 3 stories down to the 2 stories and so forth. So that is a pattern that I've seen in the downtown, and that's what we're repeating here.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I think because there has been a fair amount of reference to Kipling Street, I think staff actually prepared a slide that showed the historic resources that are on Kipling Street. Maybe it might be informative to put that up.
We do have a slide that shows that view down, the context down Kipling Street. We'll try and get that on the screen.
Okay, thank you. I think the other questions, let me do a quick search here. I think my other questions have been asked already, so staff can put that slide up. That would be helpful.
Is that the one you mean, Mayor Holman?
Sorry?
Is that the one you mean? Just the...
Where's this one?
Oh, it's slide 18.
Okay.
So I guess it does beg the question that in the, was it Preservation Architecture, I think was the firm? And I don't think staff actually answered the question who selected the firm. The applicant did the analysis and paid for it, but who selected the firm?
That was the applicant's consultant.
Okay. And so the report that was done really looked to me to focus on, says the addition of the property and structure are not located in or near an identified historic district, and the making of any such district does not appear to have any, to have even distant potential. So was there analysis of these historic structures that are prolific on Kipling? Was there any analysis of that actually being a district? I couldn't tell that there was.
So, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask the city's environmental consultant to respond to that question.
Thank you. Matt, I think you're on. I apologize. I was looking to Matt, the planner.
Yes. Hi, I'm Catherine Hua, Senior Project Manager with DUDEC. And so, as you said, the historic architectural report was prepared by another consultant, but peer-reviewed by DUDEC's architectural historian as well. In terms of evaluating those specific homes or buildings on Kipling Street, that was not specifically done as a part of the study, and it's also not required. However, what was evaluated was sort of the general characteristics of the area, and particularly focusing on the subject buildings. And there was a general finding that there was a lack of integrity to comprise a historic district.
by the subject properties, not the adjacent properties. So I guess what I'm getting at is, you know, does this project have potentially an impact on the historic properties that are near adjacent, and is that a district that also this project could have an impact on? So that was my question. Some of my wonderings were about the analysis. Councilmember Wolbach.
So one question that, and I apologize if it's been discussed and I just wasn't aware of it, but this is, I guess, a question both for staff and also for colleagues. Has there been in the past discussion about changing Kipling to be a one-way street? And I ask this because of the context of the question about traffic and circulation, especially coming out of that alleyway behind the
question.
Right. I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm just asking if there has been a discussion about that in the past, or if that's something we might consider. If it's beyond the purview of even asking the question, just to provide background and context for the environment of where this project is proposed, then I guess we can defer that conversation. I just want to be aware if that had been discussed.
So we're not aware of that conversation having taken place.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, council members, comments, potential motions, or do you feel like you need a 5-minute break? It is 10 o'clock, which also we should look at item number 12. Given it is 10 o'clock, do we want to take up that item? Now's the time that we would decide if we were or were not going to take up item 12, which is Policy and Services Committee recommendation regarding changes to City Council and Standing Committee minutes. We've allotted 30 minutes for that, thinking that it won't take very much time, but I'll look for council members' thoughts. Councilmember Burt.
I think the Policy and Services Committee didn't see any sense of urgency to that item.
City Manager.
Yeah, it looks like you're going to go for a while. I just said there are 4 meetings of the council this week, every night.
Say that again.
There are 4 meetings of the council this week, every night. So I think the lack of urgency and not
So you're saying that like lack of urgency
tonight.
will get us out of here earlier. So, okay. So
we can get up earlier to be back and then go to the meeting. You can do it the next night. And then, yes.
So if we're going to continue this item to a future meeting to be determined, then we need a motion to do that. Need a second? Second. Okay. Councilmember Scharf has moved and seconded by Councilmember Berman that we continue item number 12 to a future meeting date undetermined.
I just wanted to ask staff, would it be possible just to move it to Wednesday? Or?
This is a continuation to the special meeting you have on Wednesday.
I don't have that agenda with me, but it's scheduled to go to what time, City Clerk? Vice Mayor thinks
I believe
it's
about
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock it's supposed to.
That seems reasonable.
So I'll make it that we continue to Wednesday if staff has no objection. Still seconding.
Okay, so that's accepted by Councilmember Berman?
Yep.
Okay, so we are voting on whether to move Policy and Services Committee recommendation regarding changes to City Council and Standing Committee minutes to this Wednesday's meeting, May 6th. Vote on the board, please. And that passes unanimously with Councilmember Niss not participating. So, returning to item number 11, looking to council members for comments and potential motions. And I so far see no lights. Council members? Council members? Councilmember Burt?
Well, I'm only volunteering because no one else was. So the staff gave us several different alternatives on how we could proceed tonight. And let me just review them for us. They're on page 610 of the packet, which are first, deny the appeal and approve the project, uphold the appeal and approve the project with modifications, continue the appeal and request additional studies and or redesign, or finally uphold the appeal and deny the project based on its failure to meet required findings. Pardon me. So I'll start by saying that there are some findings, and we have to be able to make all of the findings. Not half of them, not most of them, not all but one. We're legally required to make all findings. And there are a number of findings that that I have real difficulty with, principally around compatibility and mass and setbacks, and in part around other context related issues. So the question for me then is whether to deny the project outright or send it back to the appropriate bodies, and in this case also I have a concern over the HRB not having been asked to advise on the historic context, and my reading of the downtown guidelines and other historic documents is that it should not be limited to the building itself, but to the surrounding buildings and the impact on surrounding buildings, and a group of buildings, whether it's a formally recognized district or not. And our downtown urban design guidelines recognize this as an informal group of historic buildings on Kipling. So I think that we have those two choices before us. I could either make a motion, or we could have brief discussion on what colleagues think about the correct course of action. And I don't want to get into putting a motion out there without having some sense of where my colleagues are headed. So, Mayor, would it be appropriate to get a sense of direction amongst colleagues before trying to do it through a motion, or would you prefer me to put a motion out there?
My concern is trying to get a sense of where council members are, that we could spend a lot of time trying to do that. That's my concern.
Well,
with
if
that.
it were
because
a quick, how about a lightning round that asks out of the four options what direction they're headed? Is that no problem legally on that, right? What if we just have a lightning round that we don't comment? We just say, we got four different options. Where are you headed?
Well, what is your thinking though about, the rationale for a motion to do any one of those might influence somebody's
I think that 3
comments.
and 4 are both based upon determining that we cannot make the findings. And then it's just a question of the redress. Do we send it back to boards and commissions to fix it according to direction that we have around what we're seeing as being inadequate in the project's ability to meet the findings? Or do we reject it outright and then they can't come forward within a year with a similar project? So for me, it's 3 or 4. And I could live with either one of them.
Okay, so if we are, I do still think it could be influenced by what the rationale is that you might put on the bone for either 3 or 4. But we can do a lightning round.
That'd be great.
Okay, so should we just go down the row? Councilor Maniss, would you like to start?
Let me ask questions of Councilmember Burt. It is tempting to, for lack of a better word, maybe fiddle with it. The question would be, if we send it back, either regarding historical or regarding planning, what would we anticipate would come from that? Do we anticipate it would be a redesign? After having gone through...
I would anticipate a significantly modified project according to, or roughly align with what we find as what are current incompatibility with findings and what it would take to become compatible. And as far as on the historic side, I really don't know because it hasn't gone to HRB.
So I think what you're suggesting is a different building or a different design. Am I correct?
Well, this is not looking like a lightning round.
Well, in order for us to get anywhere, though, we've got to have some substantial indication of where we're heading.
I don't know whether I'd call it a different building. I would say that it would have to be redesigned to become compliant with the findings. And we've spoken, I've certainly raised a number of my findings concerns. Some others have as well. And that gives you the best sense I can give you right now as to what would be the outcome.
So I think Councilmember Filseth would like to take a shot at this.
Yeah, can I take a shot at this? Is the difference between 3 and 4 really the time frame that they can come back with different ideas? Is that the only real difference?
I think it's a question for the city attorney.
So your code specifies that if the project is denied, the council has the ability to prevent a refiling within a 12-month period. It's not automatically barred, but you can also state that you don't want the applicant to refile within 12 months.
So that's consistent with my understanding that it's largely a difference in timing and to some degree a difference in process. So if they're starting with a brand new project per se, then they'd start at ground zero. This would be looping back to ARB to address this and presumably HRB. But I wouldn't say the outcome for the applicant is going to be radically different other than the amount of time.
Okay, so lightning round, for me, I'm not terribly persnickety about the amount of time. I think these folks have put a lot of time and effort into it. It's not important to me to say you can't come back for X many months. But I think the magnitude of what needs to be done here is significant enough that it shouldn't come straight back to council. It needs to go back to the ARB.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part?
I said, I think the magnitude of what needs to be done here, I think, is big enough that it probably needs to go to the ARB and the Historic Resources Board, not come straight back to council.
Someone else? Yes.
So there's a couple things for me that I think are important. I think first of all, I think this is a great green building. I think that's really important to me. I think the retail is significantly better than what it otherwise would be. And I like the fact that it activates Kipling and has an opening on Kipling Street. And I think those two things are really good. It's also a mixed-use project, and we as a council have a policy that we want to support mixed use, but whenever it comes before us, we vote it down in the downtown area. So, this isn't 2 stories of office. This is 1 story of office, 1 story of retail, and 1 story of housing. So I actually don't have a problem with the compatibility. I actually think it's impossible to make the compatibility argument with the Lululemon building, which is 50 feet tall, right across the street. I mean, how can it not be compatible? It's right there. So I think that's a weak argument. I don't see it.
Are you arguing on a motion that doesn't exist or the lightning round as to what we...
I'm giving my lightning round reasons of where I am on this, which is what you asked for. It's what you asked for, Pat. Well, it's not what you want, but it's what you're asking for. So I also, however, do have some concerns. I have concerns with the circulation. I think there's a problem there, and I have some concerns with the shadowing. And I guess I would like to see maybe a circulation study and maybe a shadowing study. Maybe. But those are where I'm mostly concerned with this in terms of a project.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I think, well, tonight we heard a little bit, I think last time when it was here, we heard that this project follows the rules. And after listening to all the speakers and hearing the questions and answers, I think my conclusion is the project appears to comply with the quantitative parts of our zoning, but my opinion doesn't comply with the compatibility and context part of the ordinance in terms of mass and scale. I'm also concerned about safety, neighborhood impacts, reduction of the retail, counting of the TDRs. I'd like to see perhaps a focused EIR that evaluates the real density and the real parking impacts, as well as the issue about the circulation and use of the alley. So again, based on what I've heard, I don't think I can make the findings.
Councilmember Wobach, Councilmember Berman, Vice Mayor Schmidt.
Yeah, I would be in favor of number 3, continue the item with some additional information. I think a big issue of compatibility has come up. I think the parking issue is needs information for council members at least to make decisions. And so I would be in favor of number 3.
Councilmember Berman or Councilmember Wobach? Councilmember Berman?
I was tempted not to say anything at all. So I'm concerned with where this conversation is going and how we're going to really give no feedback back to the applicant that's actionable. I agree, I think, a lot with what Councilmember Scharf said. I think there are some concerns with circulation. I think I don't know so much about the shadow issue, but I was curious about Councilmember Wolbach's question on different unique possibilities with Kipling. I do think it fits with, it should be tied to a conversation, or at least a conversation about that should be had with this project. That's a huge concern for the folks on Kipling. I am really concerned that at the end of the night we're going to send this back with no clear direction, because I think all 9 of us on council disagree about and have different problems with the project. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to end up. I'm going to withhold most of my comments until that happens. Yeah, I'll wait till then.
Councilmember Wobach or Councilmember Niss?
I thought I'd had my turn, but I'll jump right back in. So I think that Councilmember Scharf's comments are very compelling. This is green. We are really pushing green. It is adding additional living spaces. They might not be just what we would do. We might make 8 instead of 4. But adding that additional living space is really important. I think we keep talking about we need more downtown apartments. These are apartments, not condos. And, I too am troubled by size, but I think Ken Hayes said it clearly. This has one FAR for essentially for the business aspect of this and another FAR for the living aspect of it. We have talked about trying to be creative in the downtown. I don't know if we were to send it back, are we going to say redesign the building? Are we going to say, I think circulation is a good idea. I would buy into that one. But a complete building redesign at this point means that we basically have turned down the project.
Councilmember Wobach, did you want to weigh in?
So I actually don't have a problem with the size of the building. I've walked that neighborhood. I've walked up and down University, I don't know how many times, like probably everybody here. And my take is that there's a variety of heights. There's a variety of sizes of buildings there. I think that the design of the building is largely compatible with the design of architecture in the neighborhood. I do have questions that are as of yet unanswered about how it fits with the historical context. I'm not an expert. All right, I'll wrap up quick. I'm not an expert on historic resources, and if there is a way that we can have input from the Historic Resources Board without unduly delaying or harming the applicant, I would like to have that opportunity and hear from them in addition to what we've already seen in the record. As has been discussed, I do have some concerns about traffic circulation, particularly going through the alley behind, was it lane 30? Yeah, the alley, right? I'm concerned about circulation on lane 30, and particularly coming from lane 30 into Kipling, and if there's a way that we can get more information about that and how that would work and how we can make that, how we can work together to make that work, again, in a way that's fair to the applicant who's already put a lot of work in. I would like to see an opportunity to do that. I don't think that at this point I've seen anything that would convince me that we need to send it back for redesign. I haven't seen that. Others obviously have different views, but where I'm at, I'm comfortable with the design. I'm concerned about those impacts. The daylight plane issue, I have mixed feelings about, but the circulation and historical context are the ones where I would like additional input again, if there's a way that we can do that in a motion that's fair to all parties involved. That's where I'm at.
So where I am on this is a 3 or 4. My concern about doing 3 is, and I've made this comment about, ARB is a hardworking body, but, we do sometimes, my perspective is anyway, that we do sometimes get projects that are better than they were at the beginning, but they're still not great projects. So my concern about sending it back is we're going to get just kind of a modified what we've got, as opposed to getting a really good project, which I think this corner deserves. I have issues with compatibility, the findings, the shadows that other people have mentioned, HRB that wasn't included, and historic context and impacts. I have concerns about all of those. I've also numerous times made comments about findings. Now, I don't think that oftentimes the findings are actually stated as findings. And if I can quickly, I'll give you one example. Try to do this really quickly. For instance, number 6 on page 624, the design is compatible with approved improvements both on and off the site. This finding can be made in the affirmative in that the project design is compatible with the surrounding commercial, office, mixed use, and residential buildings in the downtown commercial area. It's a circuitous statement. It's not a finding. And so, unless we can really make findings, how can we approve the project? So those are my thoughts. I just don't want to have this project massaged and come back without the issues that have been expressed tonight being addressed. Councilmember Hillary, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Thank you, Mayor Holman. I just wanted to clarify that no matter what course of action the council chooses this evening, what we're asking for is direction to staff to prepare written findings that would come back to you, and we do need some specificity. I've heard specificity when it comes to studying circulation patterns and how that affects traffic in the alley. I've heard specificity about just referring to the HRB and looking at this analysis of historical context and then the shadow analysis. But in terms of those of you who are concerned about compatibility, if we could get to the specific issues you'd like us to capture in written findings, that will be important.
I think we have some meat to add to that. Councilmember Burt.
Yeah. Well, first I have a process question, then I think I'm ready to propose a motion. But if we do option number 3, which is continue the appeal and request additional studies, we need to give guidance to ARB and staff to go to HRB, but we don't have to do the same record of findings as we would with a project denial, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Of course, when you're giving direction to HRB and ARB, the more information you can provide to them would be very helpful.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. So I would like to move that this project be we continue the appeal and request additional studies and redesign that would address the following. Greater respect for the context as referenced. These are, and even though we're not requiring to have the findings, these are under Municipal Code 18.18.110. The context-based design criteria is what I'm going to frame this under. So Section A is contextual and compatibility criteria, and so the first direction is to have the project have a greater context, meaning relationship with the site's development to adjacent street types. And then the second one is under A2 is compatibility. And a direction that the project return in a way that the construction shares general characteristics and establishes design linkages with the overall pattern of buildings, so that, I'll slow down, so that the visual unity of the street is maintained.
Streets or street?
Right. Let's put plural, streets, because we're really talking about both University and Kipling in those blocks. Oh, looking back at greater respect, that was under, that was, I think what I referenced there was to the relationships between the site's development to adjacent street types. Does that make sense? We can come back and wordsmith this once I get the essence of it down. So then under this, this last paragraph that we've done, under the compatibility specifically, readdressing the siting, scale, and massing, and to study shadow patterns. Okay, and then now next paragraph, I guess, is about context-based design. I'm sorry. We can actually skip that. Let's delete that. Well, you haven't started, so good. We don't have to delete anything. So we'll skip over to, this is now B2 in that section, but it's about street building facades. And in particular, the references are to the building to return with greater reinforcement of the relationship of the street with the building mass. And then secondly, the upper floors need to have setback to fit in with the context of the neighborhood. Specifically, the look and feel from the street should not be of a building with more than one floor greater than adjacent buildings. With an additional floor requiring articulation or setbacks. And I'll just clarify, I'm meaning that if it was 2 floors directly at the street face and a 3rd floor that would be articulate above, so that the look and feel is generally of a two-story building. You don't have to have that in the motion. That's clarification of intent, unless people feel that what I put there is too ambiguous, and then we'll come back and clarify. So the final portion is on massing and setbacks. Well, I'm sorry, I'm still going to have to hit the HRB part. So the design shall have articulation, setbacks, and setbacks that minimize massing. And then I want to address a final portion, which is about historic review. And that is that the project shall be reviewed by the Historic Resources Board, including as it relates to buildings along Kipling. So that's my best cut at it. I'm sure others will have some different thoughts. And I can, while maybe colleagues are discussing it, I'll look through and try and catch any wordsmithing that I can catch, and you, I'm sure, will catch others.
So we are looking for a second to the motion.
Oh, that too.
That would be first.
I'll second.
Councilmember Du Bois seconds. So do you need to speak any further to your motion, Councilmember Burt?
No, I'll wait, and if I need to respond to colleagues, I'll do it at that time.
Councilmember Du Bois?
You know, I guess there's been a little, disagreement even among us about context and compatibility. You know, I just look at the drawings on A02, and to me, it's completely striking how massive and out of scale this building is. If you look at the relationship on Kipling, you know, it's a 1-story building to a 4-story building, extremely abrupt. And even along University, it's really 1.5-story buildings to a 4-story building. And so I actually think the The context and the compatibility is actually the number one issue. Like I said, I'm concerned about the circulation and some of the other issues, but for me, this is the most striking one. It talks about patterns of roof lines, projections, shadow patterns for massing. And compatibility is achieved when apparent scale and mass is consistent. And I just don't feel it's consistent in this case. Again, in terms of providing some specific feedback, I think Councilmember Berman's comment was well made. I think this motion tries to get to that by actually pulling from the ordinance and citing the specific elements that need to be addressed.
Other council members? Councilmember Phil Seth, I think, came first.
So my instinct is almost identical to Councilmember Du Bois's. I think the issue in my mind is compatibility. I mean, you look at the picture and it just really sticks out, right? And I think that's what needs to be addressed. And I think the motion on the table attempts to address that. I guess what I hope is that when this comes back, you won't sort of have the reaction that you do when you sort of see this one next to all the other ones, and that's the issue of siting and scaling. This is AO2 is the drawing, right? And I don't want to be terribly I think we're trying to strike a balance between being over prescriptive here and as opposed to sort of what the criteria we want to look at it is. I don't think that tweaking the setbacks on the terrace on the top, for example, is going to do what needs to be done here, right? So I hope that the motion is clear on this stuff. There was a lot of discussion about great weight being given to how much the project evolved over time, and I think we all appreciate the applicant working on to incorporate feedback from the ARB, but I think that's the wrong criteria, and what it used to look like is irrelevant. The question that really matters is it compatible, right? And I'm sure if you look at it enough times, your eyes start to glaze over. But I think it seems pretty clear here. It's too bad in a way because I agree with Councilmember Scharf. There is some cool stuff in this building. I like the retail down Kipling Avenue. Some of that kind of stuff is good. I hope we don't lose that. But for me, the issue is compatibility.
Councilmember Niss?
No, I'm not going to speak to this right now, but I need some clarification from the maker of the motion or the seconder. Essentially, unless I'm misreading this, we are turning down this design. We're saying redesign the building. Am I mistaken? Councilmember Burt?
Well, you keep wanting me to say things different from what I'm saying. It says what it says. I mean, you can interpret it as you see.
So then it says redesign. So essentially, we would be redesigning a building with the criteria that is built into this motion as it currently exists. So I think what we're doing, if we vote for this, is we're essentially turning down what's before us tonight.
I will bite.
I just restated what I think you have said.
Yep, and it's not what I said, but that's why I'm going to bite. So this motion would intend to have a building that would have less mass and scale, by implication, a smaller building, and that it would have certain design changes that would make it more compatible. Now, I could see that it would still be a building with much of the same style and basic design to it, but with significant changes to that. So whether you want to describe that as redesign the whole building, I wouldn't, but you're free to do so.
Since I have the floor for a moment, do you see it as a smaller, since you've spoken about massing and scale, do you see it as smaller?
I already said that.
You see it as smaller.
Okay, 3 times. I said it. Okay.
Councilmember Scharf.
So I also am struggling with this motion. I don't, if I'm thinking to myself, the applicant here has followed all the rules, done everything they're supposed to do. They've gotten the ARB approval, and they bought the TDRs or have the TDRs. And we think the building, or at least some people on council think the building is just too big, which I think is one thing to say, but we're not saying how big it is. We're saying, come back to us with something different. Come back with a smaller building, smaller mass. So what does that mean if you're the applicant? I mean, can I ask the applicant if they have a sense of where they should go with this? Mayor Holman?
It's kind of important.
All right. It's, I don't know that, you can ask them, but I don't know if there's enough, for me, I'm not sure that there's enough information in the motion yet to give them direction on what they could do either.
So I think that's my point. I mean, I'm happy to ask them because I don't think there's enough information in the motion to tell them what to do. I don't think, if I'm reading this as a vote for them, you know, I don't know how much they've spent already with Ken Hayes, but I'm assuming you're going to go back and redesign something. We'll come back and say, no, it's still too big. Come back again. And so without clear direction as to what's acceptable to the council, I think it's a completely unfair process, frankly. So I'm going to make a substitute motion. I'm going to move that they also come back to us, but they come back to us with just simply a circulation analysis, and they come back to us, and they go to the HRB, and they go back to the HRB, and the HRB looks at the historical issues, and just leave it at that, and reports back to us on the historical issues.
Second.
Yeah, Councilmember Scharf, would you care to speak to your motion? And we had simultaneous seconds, so Councilmember Niss, second.
Did I get that second, or it's like an auction? So I've really been listening carefully.
First, Councilmember Niss, Councilmember Scharf gets to speak to his motion.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. So I also, when I put these two things in, they were the two things that were important to me. I know there were things that were important to Councilmember Schmidt, for instance, that he might want to get more information on, and I'd be happy to add those in this discussion of whatever he feels. And if there are other council members that want to get information back, I'm happy to get information back. I, for instance, was interested in a shadow study, but I only heard Councilmember Du Bois in being interested in that. I didn't hear anyone else interested, so I didn't include it. So, okay, maybe, so we might be one. I'm open to obviously including that. What I'm not interested in doing is going back to the applicant and saying, redesign your building and we'll see if we like it. If we don't like it a second time, come back to us a third time. Or maybe then we'll deny the project and you can come back. I just don't think that's a fair process. I think if council members have an alternative suggestion and they say to them, we want nothing more than a 2-story building here, then you should say so. And then we can decide if they want them to go away in terms of the residential component of it, or if you want it. I mean, there's the Lululemon, I mean, I can't get over it. There's the Lululemon project right across the street. It's 50 feet high. It is as big as this project. I just don't get how I can take what was in that motion and say to myself, where would I go with this? So I think this is a much better approach. I think if we have particular concerns, we should, clearly state them and clearly say what we want.
Councilmember Niss, would you care to speak to your second?
Thanks. Yes. I'm going to go back to something that we discussed, I think in February. We discussed Carina Way. And I was very impressed because Councilmember Filseth said, we have rules. And while we don't want to follow the rules all the time, whether we call them rules or policies or whatever it may be, we have been looking at this building now for, Randy, am I correct, 3 years? And in 3 years, there has been a determination of how to use the TDRs. There's been another determination of where the movement could take place within the building. And unless I'm mistaken here, it looks like it was revamped at least 3 to 4 to 5 times before it was finally accepted. Once again, I would emphasize that we have been really looking at green buildings, and that we also have been looking at trying to add downtown living quarters, and this does both. But the part that really bothers me the most is that this very much went by a number of the policies that we have in place. We've talked about changing those policies in a whole variety of ways. I think this is the fairest, and fair is really hard to define in politics, but I think this is the fairest way to address the issue with the applicant. And I think that both the circulation analysis, which I think is really important, and as well as going to the HRB for that another look at the, as you call them, historical issues, is going to cover it. And I think, as far as I'm concerned, is a good outcome for this building. It's difficult, and we're struggling with it, and it is big, and it does have an unusual FAR, but it does 2 things that we've talked about wanting to do over and over. So I'm with my second.
Councilmember Berman?
So I'm going to support the motion for a couple of reasons. One, so this is a big project. It's a big building. And the developer, the applicant, acquired the rights to build a big building by following policies that have existed in Palo Alto for over 3 decades in terms of the TDR process. And this council, a majority of this council, 6 months ago, approved the city being a sender site, knowing full well that the receiver site for TDRs has to be downtown, and that a receiver site can build above what the existing FAR is. And I think it would be incredibly hypocritical for this council to now turn around to somebody else, now that the city has benefited from that, and say, sorry, you've paid for that, but now you can't have it. Just strikes me as a fundamentally kind of unfair move for the council to make. The project is a very good mixed use. I mean, in terms of mixed use projects, it's a good mixed use project. It's got a good ratio of retail to commercial to residential. It's downtown. It's on University Avenue. If Middlefield and Alma were end zones, this project's at like the 40-yard line of downtown. It is. Kipling is kind of an anomaly downtown, and there are smaller buildings on Kipling, and I think it's important for the project to receive some additional analysis, like is suggested in the motion, and I think that's a responsible thing to do. But I'm not comfortable with giving, while it might look descriptive, still remarkably vague directions to the applicant. And expecting them to come back with a project that we'd then approve. I just don't think, that's a recipe for us spending another 8 hours over the next year and a half discussing this project in council meetings. So I think there are improvements that can be made. I think the guidance that's given here is accurate, and I think for University Avenue in the middle of downtown, I think this is a good mixed-use project.
Councilmember Du Bois?
So I agree. I think we need to honor existing rules. I think for too long, this body has not done that. Again, people keep saying this is following all the rules, but we have a rule, City Code 1818-110, which is our context-based design criteria. And I think it's time we start to enforce that. To me, one other 50-foot building doesn't set context. You also have the Presidential Hotel, which was, I think, pre-50-foot height limit. And I really feel that we're ignoring Kipling. And this project's going to have a huge impact on that street, and it's completely out of context. So I will not be supporting the substitute motion.
I have lights from Vice Mayor Schmidt, Councilmember Wilbach, and Councilmember Burt. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I guess the current motion on the floor states to go to the Historical Resources Board. It is hard to think of them going to asked to look at compatibility with Kipling Street without addressing Mass in some way. So is this current motion dealing with the issue of Mass?
So it gave the HRB to say whatever they think is necessary, but no, it does not specifically deal with Mass. I mean, if the HRB said that the Mass should be different, but I don't think that's what they do at HRB.
Right.
I mean, I think ARB does. I don't think HRB does that. I mean, I think HRB purely deals with historical context and would say that, I mean, if HRB, I suppose, maybe someone else can help me out here, but I assume what HRB could say is this project, denigrates the historical context of Kipling Street, and therefore you shouldn't do it because it's too big. That would give us a report that said that, at which point we would then look at Mass. And they would say how it's too big, how big it should be, I assume, that kind of stuff. So, I mean, that's the only way I see it dealing with Mass.
Yeah, I guess I like the project because it is mixed use, one of the first on University to actually deal with mixed use, where you have retail, office and residential. But on the other hand, I think if you deal with the compatibility in the Kipling district, the Mass issue is a big one. And there should be some recognition of that in the motion.
What would you suggest?
Well, I'd include the sentence about readdressing siding scale and massing.
At the Historical Resource Board?
Well, that would be a review, meaning that it would be compatible with the Kipling district.
So I would be willing to put that the Historical Resource will look at siding scale and massing with the Kipling district. I'd be willing to accept that.
Vice Mayor? Councilmember Wilbach? Oh, I apologize, I did not ask Vice Mayor, Councilmember Niss, if you accept that amendment.
Yes, and you probably didn't see that I said I was too far from the mic. And my mic's not on.
It's not on.
I accepted it.
Okay, Councilmember Wilbach.
I think that the substitute motion addresses the two key concerns that I had. It also now incorporates having another body look at the question of size, scale, and mass. As I explained before, I'm not particularly concerned with that, but I think it's appropriate to ask the question about what that means in the context of the historical buildings around it. And I think that Councilmember Du Bois, though we disagree about which of these motions we like better, I agree that the context is very important. We have differences of opinions about whether this project, to our own judgment, is appropriate for the neighborhood, for the context, for that corner. But I definitely agree that the context is important, and I appreciate Vice Mayor Schmid's amendment to have that studied by the HRB, assuming that that's not too far outside the purview of the HRB. But I guess the way that we can kind of justify this is that it's just providing a little bit more guidance to the HRB about why we're sending it to them.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah. So first, let me speak to this last amendment. Councilmember Scharf had said that the prior motion, the main motion, was too ambiguous, and now this sentence has been added that is exceedingly ambiguous as to, one, the authority of the HRB. They can't review and determine or make determinations that a project must be adjusted in its scale and mass and siting. That's not their purview. It's also much more vague than the main motion. And it's really designed to get to 5 votes and convincing colleagues that somehow their issues will be addressed. Finally, the other thing is what process would occur. So Councilmember Scharf had said he was worried about this thing coming back to council. Well, this is set up for something that, some vague direction to HRB that they don't have purview over, that if they did say they didn't like the project, it would somehow muddle its way back to the council in some undefined way. So I think that for all those reasons, that last amendment is really misguided as far as trying to address the very things that several of us were talking about. Second, I just want to say that there's been talk about following the rules. Well, this hearing is part of our rule process. And I agree with Councilmember Du Bois that we've had inadequate adherence to our site and design and context-based rules. And as far as Councilmember Berman's statement about the TDRs, we've asked staff, and it's been clear that having a TDR program and continuing to have a TDR program doesn't mean that anybody can buy whatever amount of TDRs they want and they have an automatic right to build that. And there's and framing it as if saying that they're someone who uses TDRs must comply with our other requirements is somehow abandoning the TDR program is a misrepresentation. So I think this building as before us is significantly out of scale with its surroundings, and that's the intent of the primary motion, which is to get that corrected.
Councilmember Filseth, did you have comments?
I want to make sure that I understand the process here, right? Because given that the HRB doesn't sort of do anything about compatibility from a siting and scale and transitions perspective, what happens if the HRB makes a ruling of some kind? Does it come back here? Does it go back to the ARB? Do we issue a building permit? I mean, what happens, right?
I believe it would come back here.
One of the problems with, I mean, we can direct it any way we want to, I suppose. I'll look at the city attorney for that. But the HRB recommends to the ARB.
Right.
So that's one of the challenges of historic analysis without some specific meat on the bone, which this does not have.
So then,
Director Gittleman.
Just to interject, my understanding is the HRB can make a recommendation to the ARB or directly to the council.
I think if we direct it.
so is it really better for the applicant that it goes to the HRB? The HRB does something with it, we don't know what, and then it comes back here again? Right.
I believe it is.
Okay.
I'm happy to address that point too, if you'd like me to.
Okay. I think this seems to me like a whole bunch of rigmarole and runaround without sort of a clear vision of where we're going here. The other thing I want to comment on is on the issue of the 4 apartment units. You know, I mean, it's 4 apartment units. In the office space, there's going to be 80, 100, 120 jobs. I mean, the 4 apartment units doesn't help the housing problem. I mean, the building actually makes it worse, right? So I think that's a little bit of a bogey. Okay, thanks.
So I haven't gotten to speak to either motion yet, really. So I'm going to speak to the substitute motion, obviously first, because that's what's before us. I appreciate that the circulation analysis and the, we didn't have the shadow study in here, but I wish it did. But that still doesn't get me there in terms of being able to support the motion. The problem with both motions at this point in time is that neither one of them have enough direction to the council, or excuse me, to the applicant, to the HRB, and in the first motion to the ARB, to not get back just a mush over of what we've got now. So we have to give, I mean, Councilmember Sharp, you're rightly concerned that are we giving good direction to the applicant? I would say also, are we giving good direction to our boards if we want to have them review the project? So I'm going to be voting against the substitute motion and looking to return to the main motion, and I will have some amendments to make to that to provide better clarity and put some meat on the bone that will hopefully give direction for where we would get actually a better project that could be compatible and address some of the issues that have been stated tonight by council members and by members of the public, as well as the appellant. So I'm going to be voting against the substitute motion and urge colleagues to do the same. Councilmember Filseth?
I'm going to vote against the substitute motion as well, and I concur with the mayor's suggestion that some of the Historic Resources Board thinking find its way into the original motion.
Vice Mayor Schmidt?
Yeah, I think I will vote against the substitute motion as well because it does not address the compatibility on University Avenue where the main impact will be on people. So, yeah, I think it is still necessary maybe to be more specific in the main motion, but the substitute motion does not. I guess it's still further up in the air.
Councilmember Wilbach? And then I hope we can vote on the motion. I hope to see no more lights.
Well, it does sound like the substitute motion will not have the votes currently to pass, but I do want to ask just a couple of questions and make a couple of statements. It sounded like the mover and I think also the seconder were open to further amendments and recommendations if there was a request for more information or study about daylight plane impacts and things of that nature. So if there are other amendments that colleagues would like to make, I'd encourage them to make them, whether it's in this motion or the other one. I think this one is shorter, simpler, cleaner, and as I've said, I don't think we're in a position where we should be redesigning from the dais. I think we're in the position where we should be asking for more information. If you look at the options before us on page 610 of the packet that we were trying to figure out, which one of these were we at, I think that the current motion before us, the substitute motion, is somewhere between 2 and 3. And I'm not really sure, so I guess I'm kind of looking to staff for clarity about this. This question of, what happens next. As Councilmember Burton Filseth, Councilmembers Burton Filseth, I think we're right to say we should have greater clarity. Would we want to change this motion to say something like, Council moves to uphold.
Are you offering an amendment?
Well, it's a question about whether this kind of amendment would be appropriate, if it would provide greater clarity to say, that we would continue the appeal, and request the additional study of HRB in the context of the neighborhood and also circulation and also potentially daylight plane. Would that be a motion that would provide appropriate clarity to the parties, and particularly to the applicant? I'm just trying to, again, get a better sense of the process and make sure that whatever motion we end up with, has enough clarity that we've put in ourselves and everybody in a good position to move forward.
Just one comment on that is the HRB doesn't address circulation, if that's what I heard. That's what I heard you were saying.
So those would be separate things. One would be, I believe the motion would was intending that one piece of additional information we would be expecting would be a study about circulation, particularly as it relates to lane 30 onto Kipling. And then the other part was to look at the historical context, including how the design of this building relates to the context of the neighborhood.
Councilmember Scharf.
So I just wanted to ask Councilmember Schmidt, when you said it doesn't address his compatibility on university, how would you address that? I mean, are you looking for them to make a smaller building, or are you looking for, what's your concern?
Well, I think the base issue virtually everyone has brought up is massing the size and scale of the building.
But not just in an historical context for you.
That's right. Although I think the sharpest discrepancy is on the Kipling side. There still is the university set of buildings, and it does.
So how would you address that issue in an amendment? I may not accept it, but how would you?
Council members, I think we need to vote on the motion that's before us. I mean, we're like fishing, and I don't think that's a good way to proceed. If there's an amendment to be offered, it can be offered. I think we're fishing. So, so I would suggest that we vote on the motion.
Unless you want to make an amendment, Greg.
I didn't hear him being forthcoming with an amendment. So, that said, let's vote on the board on the motion, which is to return to council with the circulation analysis and go to the Historic Resources Board for the Historic Resources Board to look at historical issues. The Historic Resources Board will readdress siting, scale, and massing within the Kipling district. Vote on the board, please. So that motion fails on a 4-5 vote with council members Berman, Scharf, Wobach, and Niss voting yes. So we return now to the main motion. And I see no lights, but, so given that, I will make some amendments and hope she'll provide some clear direction. So City Clerk has an email that has some specific criteria. Under the portion of the email that you have it, right? You have a version of it. We've had email issues tonight, to be sure. So under Historic Review, there's a list of 5 questions that the HRB should address. And I would like those added to under like the last sentence here, and the existing motion, the project will be reviewed by the Historic Resources Board, including as it relates to buildings along Kipling. If you can just plug in those 5 bullets. It already says including as it address, yeah. Can you paste in those 5 bullets? Okay. You can delete the part that says motion at the top. So ask the maker of the motion if those are acceptable.
They are, because they do not appear to be trying to design the project.
Yeah, and that's exactly the intention. They are
Right.
supposed to be reviewing under these, with this guidance. Okay. Additionally, And does your motion send this back to the ARB? I can't see enough of it. It does. Okay. So the ARB.
Let me make sure that's clear in the motion. That was certainly the intent. Well, that was by implication, but I think it should be more clear. Return to the to.
Just the following and return.
Pardon?
Just put it at the very beginning, right? Just following and return to ARB.
Yeah, where would you?
So I think what Councilmember Du Bois is saying is
following, yes, after the words the following, redesign that would address and return to ARB. We'll see if the wording needs change.
I think it's a little bit backwards. I think if I could suggest, please, Councilmember Du Bois to continue the appeal and to the Architectural Review Board and the Historic Resources Board to address the following issues. And then we list the issues. Is that agreeable?
That sounds better.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois, are you good with that? To address the following issues. Okay. So there you can plug in the, and we can change the order if you like, plug in the historic issues that are below. Okay, and this needs to be, the Historic Resources Board is to address, so you have to have Historic Resources Board : right before the 1 ABC. What's happening here? Something's changed.
But we lost the reference to the
something's happened.
Studies.
No, I wanted to pick it up later. Just address the ARB and HRB first.
Oh, I see it dropped.
But something happened.
Okay.
So what we were trying to pick up was what's on the screen now. So pick that up. Okay, all right. But you have to put Historic Resources Board above that so you know who's reviewing what. Or you can eliminate the one in front of that. Okay. Then next you'd go down to Architectural Review Board. And Councilmember Burt, while I'm trying to decipher this, do you want to go to the end of the motion or later down in the motion and add it back in the studies that you had? I think you had circulation, shadow. What did you have? You had shadow, and what else did you have?
I did not have circulation, although I'd be willing to accept that as an amendment.
Okay, and then shadow, and then let me get a handle on this for a second.
Okay, so the last sentence there can now be deleted because it's been substituted by all the other HRB. And where is, up above, we had the request additional studies and resign. We did lose the shadow reference. So if you wanted to include the circulation, then we can simply bring back the shadow and add.
So he's
your
found
amendment.
it. He's found it here right above B2. It says readdressing this. He's got shadow patterns there.
Okay.
So I think we can eliminate readdressing this siding, scale, and massing because we're going to have to pick that up otherwise in the ARB issues. You see where I'm looking?
Well, I'm not seeing the shadow part.
It's the last part right above B2.
Above B2. Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
above B2. And if you want to add circulation. Do you want to address that specifically on the alleyway or the lane?
Is that the focus and limitation of the circulation issue?
No, but I think it ought to be called out. Is it lane 8? What is it called?
Well, then we should say including on in the alley.
Okay. Lane 30, I'm hearing. And then I think we ought to delete the readdressing the siding and scale and massing because that's going to go someplace else.
Okay.
Okay. Then up under architectural review. After C, please add the language in the email that you received that starts roof lines, and that's on roof lines, which is after compatibility. Roof lines along the avenue and on Kipling. Trying to satisfy Councilmember Sharp's concerns about not giving clear direction.
I'll actually ask for one when it's done.
I can't even email. And then that ends with the proposed project. Okay. And then the next is as to doorways and entries. I'm sorry. Additionally, so if you're looking at the email, David, it starts SEE1, and then move over to the middle of the line that says additionally.
So I am starting to be concerned that this is drifting into redesigning.
It is addressing the issues that are actually stipulated in our criteria and findings and guidelines, downtown urban design guidelines. I didn't make these up.
No, but yeah, I
well,
feel more.
if we just address the Councilor Bobaka's suggestion, if we just reference the guidelines, that's how we got here tonight. Just referencing the guidelines and not being specific about what's lacking is how we got here tonight.
Well, for instance, D, I mean, that gives not just a direction to look at roof lines to assure that they meet the criteria. It starts explaining more about why they don't and what you want. And I don't think that's where we ought to go. So from here on, so on this roof lines, on D, I would not accept it as written. I would accept that the ARB to review roof lines as they relate to the guidelines. And at a certain point in time, even though we may feel that we want a certain direction to be addressed more by the ARB, we still have to respect the process.
So what language are you suggesting then?
I would say roof lines.
Don't delete all of that, David.
The consistency of roof lines with the compatibility guidelines or downtown urban design guidelines, I guess is what I should say.
It's
or something.
They're also in the
also
context-based design criteria. It's in the
That's fine.
code.
If you want to reference it there.
Context-based design criteria.
So then
okay.
that D replaces E. And any other changes need to be not so prescriptive.
Well, let me just add then, though, consistency of roof lines, roof lines, entries, setbacks, and scaling, mass and scale.
So it's all those things consistent with the context-based design criteria, correct?
I believe all of that is. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So now you probably need to take another read through the motion, see if it's clean.
Let's see what else she's got. So what else did you have?
I don't have anything else right now.
Okay, great.
And
Tom?
Councilmember Du Bois, do you accept?
You wanted to see.
Can we go back to the top and take a look at the whole thing, please?
Yeah, it needs to be cleaned up, I'm sure.
I'd like to have it printed out. I'm not comfortable voting on this, and I wouldn't be comfortable with us scrolling down it. I have no idea what just happened for the past 15 minutes while you guys were doing this.
David, can you put it on 2 screens? Would that satisfy people? Because so we're not scrolling.
Up here?
We've done that before. We put it on 2 screens.
I mean, how difficult is it to send it to a printer and print it out? Because I'm probably going to have a lot of questions about it, and it'll be a lot easier if I'm not looking up at 2 screens behind me.
You can't print
I can
print it
appreciate
up
that.
back here, can you?
Can you print? Well, let's make sure it's cleaned up before you go to that effort if council members really want that.
Let's see. So I think the first sentence, so I think the very first sentence that you have 2 colons, you should remove the first one. I'm ready to scroll if others are.
Okay.
You go back up just a line or 2.
David, you need, yeah, there you go.
I think we want to delete number 1.
As it was covered above.
Yeah, it's just kind of leftover text.
Before you delete it, hold on just a second. It seems to me that we would want to keep that except delete what's after the comma. The project does not satisfy the following findings.
Well, let's do that at a minimum right now and then scroll back up. So on the final, I'm sorry. On number 1, delete the final phrase, the project does not satisfy the following findings. And then if we can scroll back up and see what the language was preceding. I'm sorry, you want to go all the way up? Yeah. Address the following. So we have to have consistent language. They weren't kind of worded in the same way. Okay, that the ARB that the applicant redesign the project and the project be submitted to the ARB. I don't think we need to say that.
I think it's covered.
It's going to go back to the ARB and the HRB, and to meet that, they have to make whatever changes are necessary to comply with these other guidelines. We don't have to say you have to redesign it.
That's true, so we could eliminate that the
let's
applicant
delete
redesign
one
the project.
Under ARB.
Under ARB? We're
Under ARB?
No, under ARB, here we go.
There we go.
Not the whole thing, not the whole thing, just that the applicant redesign the project.
The whole thing.
Well, the rest is already covered. It's going to go back to the ARB based above. Our preamble above said it's going to go to HRB and ARB.
Right, but what we need to be clear on is what the ARB is going to be doing. And my concern is they have basis on which they're supposed to review projects. And like I say, that's what got us here tonight.
But I don't understand what this adds. It's going to go, the title says it's going, what's going to the ARB.
City manager?
Might I just make a little logistical request? Do you think I could dismiss the staff? It's looking like this is an internal council thing. The city attorneys will still be here and I'll be here, but I mean, it just sounds like a technical sort of thing. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
I don't see what that one is adding that's not addressed elsewhere.
We have to have the part that says that the ARB needs to address the following council
Well, we
concerns.
have a title that's ARB, and then we talk about what they're going to do.
Okay, then address the following council concerns regarding findings, required findings. And then we list those concerns.
Well, up above, we said it's going to the ARB and the HRB, and under we're just listing what
exactly.
the ARB is going to do.
That's right,
Karen,
exactly.
Do you want the phrase to address the following council concerns in the first section?
I'm sorry?
Is it the phrase addressing the following council concerns that you want to make sure is present?
Yes. And hold on just a second. Yes, and what I'm trying to eliminate here is just not send it back to the ARB and like, what are they supposed to do? What do we want them to do? What do we want them to do differently than what they did before?
Yeah, but one doesn't tell them anything that they do differently. It's not substantive. It's just saying that it's going to go to the ARB.
It points to the findings that are below, the A and B, and whatever's under that. That's what it's pointing to.
I think the chair.
Randy, did you have something to say?
If I may, thank you for indulging me. So when I'm looking for direction, right? I'm looking for direction for my board. And when I read 1A that says the design is not compatible with the immediate environment of the site, I need to know why not. I need to understand what is not compatible. What is it that you're all seeing that makes this building not compatible? Because without that information, we can't work for you as your board.
So, Councilmember Burt, what was eliminated earlier was the roof forms criteria, for instance. And it sounds like that's what Chair Pop is looking for. So, David, that is, to go back to find that is underneath compatibility. And it starts roof lines. And I agree, Councilmember Burt, we still need to clean up that first sentence.
David, can you scroll down a little bit? So the roof lines is already covered down on D. Consistency of roof lines, entry, setbacks, mass and scale with context-based solution.
What that is, what D is a pickup literally from the compatibility. what 2 is it fleshes that out more. So one or the other needs to be there in terms of what we don't think currently is satisfying the design criteria. And I'm hoping we can find some way to get through this faster.
So I would drop 2 and leave D.
Chair Pop, does that give you any better direction than you currently have based on, that's what you have in the design criteria, context-based design criteria right now? Or is it focusing you on those issues?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking for in D. Could you illuminate that a little more?
Well, look at 2 and see if 2 does that for you.
So what I read 2 to be saying is that...
I'm sorry?
So what I read 2 to be saying is that context means variation. That context means differentiation between different building elements. Is that what you're intending? Because I believe that's what it says.
Yes, and I think that's what the design context-based design criteria is after, because it talks about the rhythm on the street. This is not an easy process.
No, it's not. And there's a lot of discussion to be had about rhythm on the street versus rhythm up at the roof line and the pedestrian experience versus the overall mass of the building, what you can really witness as a pedestrian versus what you might witness as a bird flying in the air.
So Randy, we have 2 choices before us that affect you and your board. Essentially, we can take what's in 2 and be more prescriptive, and you'd have an answer to the question of exactly what do we want. Or we can give you something like in D, is to say, we want greater respect for these guidelines and return it to you for the discretion on how to achieve that. So you can't have it both ways.
While you're thinking about that, our Councilmember Berman, you were wanting to see a printout, or other council members wanting to see a printout? Yeah. So we aren't complete with this, but I think it sounds like from council majority that it would be helpful. David, can you accommodate us with that? Or maybe since you're doing the typing, maybe City Clerk Minor could do that. You guys decide.
So would you...
Okay, yes.
Would you mind if I offered a suggestion for D?
Absolutely.
So I might alter that to be the design of roof lines, entries, setbacks, mass, and scale with context-based criteria. Just move the word design to replace the word consistency.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
David, did you catch that in D?
Under D, and replace the word consistency with design, and then we would eliminate number 2 under ARB.
Remove the word design at the end of D.
Sorry?
Or, yes, that's correct. And then
the second design word comes out.
The second word design I would just remove.
Gotcha.
I think that's helpful.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it sounds like, apologies to everybody here, but it sounds like we need to take a couple-minute break here while we get some printouts for people to look at. Maybe you'll bring enough for members of the public that are here as well.
Yeah, did that get... Oh, so I just saw it, the massing and setbacks down. There's a placeholder down here. Sorry.
Mayor Holman, just a comment on number 12. I presume we're not going to take that up?
We continued
Great.
it.
Good.
We continued to Wednesday night.
Good.
you don't mind, one more quick question, just because I can't,
Sure.
maybe I've missed it in not being able to see the whole thing. Just want to understand the process that you're sending this back for. So this will go back to some discussion at HRB. That will inform the discussion at the Architectural Review Board. Then it will go back to the director. And at that point, could it potentially be done? Or does it necessarily come back to council?
Depends on if it's appealed again or not.
Thank you. Okay, that's what I wanted to understand.
So is
actually,
that-
the way we had the motion is that we were continuing the appeal.
Yeah. That
True,
is what
thank
it
you.
is.
And that, in that sense, it would return to council.
Back to council with the information coming from HRB and ARB.
And the hope would be that the changes would allow us to deny the appeal.
And I'm just being asked, would it come on consent, or would it come back to the full board discussion? So
No, it come- I think it would come-
that would be up to you for.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So anybody watching at home, we're taking a little break here while we wait for some printouts. In the meantime, we can work on it with ourselves, but we don't have anybody here to scribe. Council members, while we're waiting for printouts, do you want to take a 5-minute break? Sure. We've been at this a long time.
Do you have an extra copy of that? We all out. You want to make a note?
So you got one for me that I asked you for before you went up? Are you serious? Just, you can't just
In its entirety? Make sure it's out of here. Okay. Council members, I suggest that we take just a minute and read through the motion so we're all clear on what's before us. And then Chair Pop has a comment.
Mayor Holman, is there any timeline in this? Is this open-ended?
It does not currently have a timeline in it, but give us just a moment so we can read through this first.
Do you want a colon after findings? Number 1 under ARB?
I'm not quite there. You're faster than me. Hold on just a moment.
You either need a colon or a comma or some punctuation there. I think you need a comma, just a comma.
Okay. Councilmember Niss had, I'm sorry, I caught you off dais. I apologize. Chair Pop, did you have some comments you wanted to make?
Yes, not for my board, but I'm having
You're
trouble.
going to have to speak up just a little bit.
Thank you. Not for my board, but I'm having trouble understanding what E says.
Which E are you looking at?
The one that's on the page there.
That's HRB.
HRBE, correct.
There's only one E.
Because the setting has an impact on whether on a building's historic context.
What changes in the setting? I'm not following that either.
If a setting changes for an historic resource, that's an impact on its historic integrity.
I understand.
Okay.
I understand what you're getting at. Okay.
Okay.
If we could scroll up for me for a moment to...
Did you not get a printout?
I didn't. To the B2. Or, I'm sorry, excuse me, scroll down.
Just so I now understand what you mean. Would it be more clear under that HRB to say whether the proposed building would change the setting under CEQA in relation to the historic properties on Kipling? Is that what we're meaning here?
Basically, yes. Kipling or University.
Okay.
Do you
In
remember
relation
that?
to historic properties on Kipling or University.
Yes. Then there's another, did you have anything else?
I do, if you don't mind. Second from the last paragraph, B2, where you're talking about street building facades. The last sentence in that...
I'm trying to find it. Where
She
oh,
just-
B2.
he just
Okay,
scrolled.
got it. B2, got
The
it.
last sentence in that says specifically the look and feel from a street should be the look and feel compatible with adjacent buildings. Those are two-story buildings, with an additional floor requiring articulation or setbacks. With an additional floor, that means that you are limiting this building to a three-story building. No option for a fourth floor. I just want to make sure that that's your intent.
Councilmember Burt, that's your language?
Yes, that's correct.
I looked to city attorney.
are
I
we
don't
legally
know
allowed
if we
to do-
can, without knowing findings or being able to make findings, can we actually direct this?
Well, I think it's certainly helpful in terms of guidance to tell the ARB what type of reduced scale you're looking for. So maybe you can say focus on the impacts of a three-story building as opposed to the proposed four-story building, something like that.
I think that makes sense, yes. Councilmember Burt, are you okay with that?
It's the same intent. I don't know what that alternative wording would be.
I think she just provided it. Could you repeat that, please, for David to pick up? Can you repeat it? I think with an option of, at the very end here, with the option of a three-story building as compared to a four-story building. Does that satisfy you, Cara?
As compared to?
And just another sort of wordsmithing clarification.
Well, let us finish this one first, if you could.
Okay. I think David did a good job there.
So specifically, if the look and feel from the street is of a two-story building with a third-story setback, and from the street a fourth floor was not visible, would you allow a fourth floor? Because, again, you're talking about the visible context.
So I understand. So I think my answer would be yes.
Thank you.
Is that agreeable to the second?
Again, we're getting very prescriptive here, but I'm concerned about, again, the impact on Kipling.
Well, Well, and the streets, the look and feel from the streets would have to be both streets, Kipling and University.
In Kipling, it's mostly it's a
I'm not sure it's achievable. I'm just.
I think Councilmember Du Bois.
How far down University, too?
Councilmember Du Bois, I think we have to give the guidance and look for them to solve it. Because we're talking about both streets, Kipling and University.
Right. Okay. That's acceptable. I think B2 needs to be actually moved up and become subsection.
Now, we haven't changed this wording to reflect what Randy said, though. Right? So we now need to say, with the option of an additional third or fourth floor or story.
No, not there. Not there, David.
So it would be instead of, we now have with the option of a 3-story building. I think it would have to read with the option of one or more additional floors, provided that
one or more additional floors than what?
Than the 2. Let's see. It's pretty late here.
It is, and this is why this gets really hard.
One or more additional floors which are visually compatible from the street level. And then you can determine what visually compatible means. It might mean that you don't see it at all.
I'm okay with that. Tom, are you? Yeah. Okay.
Well, it has to be with the option of, I sound like 3 or 4 stories. Because with the option of one or more, it doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything.
May I suggest with an option of one or more additional floors, provided they are compatible?
And just leave off from the street?
I like actually I like having it with the visually compatible from the streets, but we...
With the option of a 3rd or 4th floor.
Yeah, let's put it that way.
With the option of a 3rd or 4th floor, provided they are.
Good.
We keep the required articulation.
Provided they are visually compatible. Okay. Is that good, maker, seconder?
Yeah, Tom's asking whether we should retain language about referring to the articulation or setbacks to achieve that. It could be comma after streets requiring articulation or setbacks. I mean, that gives more clarity as to the intent.
Chair Pop, are you good with that, or is that, okay.
All right. See how...
So that next sentence then, massing and setbacks, we can eliminate that, right?
Well, let's go ahead and move this B2 up as
I'm talking about that last sentence right below that. Right below here. Massing and setbacks design shall have articulation. We've already addressed that right above. Correct?
Yeah, I would say we achieved that prior paragraph.
Actually, could I propose a series of cleanup edits, maybe?
Yeah,
I think this last sentence should be attached to 1A.
Okay, let's see that. Attached to it, yeah.
So buildings shall be designed so delete massing and setbacks and just say buildings shall be designed with articulation and setbacks that minimize massing.
Okay.
Do you notice the A and C?
Sorry?
Yep. And then I think B2 becomes lowercase e. If you scroll down
That B2
so you can
becomes
delete,
E.
you can delete that. And then if you continue to scroll down under the study, I think you should say study shadow period, patterns period, and then make a new sentence, make a new line. Yep.
What, should we have the additional studies be in F? Study shadow patterns and circulation analysis, including?
We have these four items here after the last column.
Well, but those aren't studies, are they? I'm just saying group the two things, the two studies as one section.
Yeah, it's just the shadow patterns aren't only in respect to lane 30. That's why I split them.
No, it would be two things. Study. So a new F, it would be study shadow patterns and circulation analysis, including in lane 30. I think it's clear that the circulation is not talking, I mean, the lane 30 isn't talking to shadow patterns.
Okay, then I didn't read clear to me.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois, you're not carrying.
Sorry. I thought it was clear to separate those. I thought it looks like lane 30 applies to both, but.
Okay, well then just make the circulation G. Go ahead.
Obviously, you're both good with that. Are we there?
Scroll. Okay, we can, the additional studies, that next line we can delete, I think. And then greater respect for the context between the site's development and adjacent street types. Have we covered that adequately elsewhere? No? So that, you can delete that part. And we just have these two things to go.
And
what's your recommendation, Tom?
H and I guess.
Pardon me?
Just make them H and I. And
okay. Let's do that for placeholder.
City Attorney Silver, you had some language that I have lost here about in the first part of the motion, Councilmember Burt moved, seconded by Councilmember Du Bois, to continue the appeal. And you had language about the applicant returning to the ARB and HRB with a redesign project.
Yes, I would suggest that after that first sentence that you read, continue the appeal, add language, and request the applicant to redesign the project. And return to the ARB and HRB, so that both the HRB and the ARB are reviewing the updated plans.
And for the applicant, so the direction that we're giving the HRB and the ARB, that's going to give you guidance on redesigning the project, correct? Mr. Hayes? If you'd like. If you'd like. Okay. And scroll up just a little bit if you would, please. Or down, I guess. Under Architectural Review Board. Okay, so stop there. We need to delete the words, right under Architectural Review Board, we need to delete the words that the applicant redesign the project. And that, because you carried that earlier. Okay, so it would be the project to be resubmitted to the Architectural Review Board is where it starts. Okay, so is it clean? Is the maker and seconder both happy with the motion? Can everybody else follow the motion? Do you need a new printout? Do you want it on two screens?
I thought about the new printout, but I'm good. I do have a question though on if I may.
And again, there's no timeline, right?
applicant will want to get it fixed.
So,
Yes, Councilmember Berman.
so under ARB C, so as 1C, the design, it's not covered up, but the design is compatible with approved improvements both on and off the site. I don't know what that means.
You know, that's a good point, because these were pickups from the context-based design criteria. So if you scroll up again, David, I'm sorry. We did, during the brief break, talk about adding language here. Councilmember Burt, as maker of the motion. Well, it says, okay, it says the project be resubmitted to the Architecture Review Board to address the following council concerns regarding the required findings. So we're focusing the applicant and the ARB on these findings. That is a finding. The design is compatible with approved improvements both on and off the site. That's a finding.
And we feel like that, and assuming a majority approves this, then the council will have felt like that finding wasn't met, but I don't know that we're giving any guidance as to why that wasn't met.
You are correct.
I mean, we really need to make sure that we do that, or else we're just going to be right back here 9 months from now.
Well, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Burt.
So the original way the motion was worded was all around the findings, and we've morphed it into directions to ARB to give greater clarity. All of these directions are based upon concerns over ability to meet findings. So I think we now have extensive description on what's problematic in meeting findings. All the other stuff does that.
So you're saying that all the other stuff gives direction as to why we don't feel like the design is compatible with approved improvements both on and off the site. Okay. Just if you think it does, then you're the maker.
So I did provide language that is more specific. I don't know if council to clerk and previously. So I don't know if you want to. Well, we may be good because it's late, but then when we get this back again.
What was your language, Karen?
Well, I had the elements of the proposed project are not responsive to the more fine-grained elements of the adjacent nearby buildings, since University Avenue is predominantly comprised of buildings with 25-foot wide facades with appropriately scaled openings, entries, and narrow vertical upper windows where they exist, and they are differentiated from building to building, whereas the proposed building has large spans of street-level windows in a repeat pattern over approximately 75 feet of the project. So, I mean, that, for me, and that's my opinion, that identifies, from my perspective again, why the building isn't responsive to the rhythm on the street. I don't know if maker and seconder want to put anything like that.
I don't.
Seconder, neither one of them do. So.
I think we're good.
Karen Mallon's on.
Yes, I had Councilmember Berman. Are you through speaking? Sure. Okay, Councilmember Wobach.
Okay. First, I'll just say I just put out there I'm not going to be supporting the motion because it calls for redesign when I think it's premature for us to be doing that. I think we need more information before we can make that demand of the applicant. But I will just point out to the maker and the seconder that actually something that Councilmember Berman picked up on. If you compare the phrasing of under the ARB section, compare the phrasing of A to the phrasing of C, it's extremely confusing and inconsistent. Just, if you are going to proceed with this motion, I would recommend finding a way to clean those up so that they're consistent.
Yeah, I see what's meant there. This one is phrased in terms of what is not compatible, and the other assumes that there's a overview statement saying it's not compatible. So. Well, these are all about what we want them to do. I'd change A, isn't it? I would say the design shall be compatible instead of is not. think the rest are consistent, worded correctly.
I have one small amendment, which is under Architectural Review Board, that first sentence, regarding the required findings, including, because there may be others that play into this.
Well, if we didn't state them, are we saying that there are some others that we didn't state that we want them to consider? I don't think so.
Well, they need to be able to make all of the findings. We need to be able to make all of the findings. We're not precluding any.
Okay, you're
if we
saying,
put in the word
okay,
including.
the project to be resubmitted is to be resubmitted to the ARB to address the following council concerns. Well, I don't think it's stating here that outside of these explicit ones, they get a free pass on the other findings. I think we're just saying that these are the ones that we have issues with under the existing proposal. And that's things we're asking for redesign on.
If we didn't at this hour capture everything, I just don't want it to be only addressing these should we have overlooked something, or perchance that we have overlooked something.
I think it's up to us to state the things that we think are problematic and not have it open-ended. So no, I wouldn't. I would not include the word including.
Okay. Chair Pop, did you have something else?
Thank you. If you could scroll to the bottom for me, please. So, I'm sorry, it seems to me that there is a redundancy between the language contained in E, which is talking about the street building facades, and H, which is talking about the relationship between the site's development to adjacent streets.
I think that's correct. Tom, you agree?
And I, which is talking about linkages with the visual unity of the streets. So I think somewhere between those three, there's probably one.
So it looks pretty simple that H, does it H appear to be a repeat of E?
Adjacent streets. I was following along through the ordinance when you originally did these, and you were calling out several items.
So, but it's no longer framed point by point through the ordinance. It's really just the guidance on. So the ordinance in itself, I think, has some repetition, and I laid out each one. So I think we can delete H.
That's on to adjacent streets.
Is that
street building facades?
Councilmember Du Bois?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Let's leave the new H in there and be done with it. It doesn't. A little redundancy is not going to kill us.
On G, what do you want them to do regarding the circulation analysis, including Lean 30? There's no verb.
Study.
Perform or study. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Are we good?
I hope we are. This is not the way to do it. Okay.
The applicant.
Applicant has a question. You have to come to the mic, please.
What is the sense of going to the ARB? And what is the sense of working with planning and the city if ultimately this is not what you want? So, if in the beginning you have said, we're not going to approve this, you need to do a 2-story building, whatever. In fact, one of the things that I offered was, let's get rid of the residentials, and because the appellant really he wanted it small. Okay, so I said, well, I can get rid of the residences, and I can and he wanted me to get rid of the parking so there's no congestion, okay? So I said, well, that's fine. Let's get rid of the parking. Let's get rid of the residential. We'll have retail, office, voila, okay? So I went to the city with that. I went to the ARB with that, and they said, no, we like mixed use. You have residences. You know, we need residences. We want you to park underground, you know. And I said, well, you know, whatever you want, you know, let me do it, okay? And now we're going back to 2 years ahead of time, you know, 2 years prior, when I said to them, you know, I'm willing to take out the residences, I'm willing to take out the parking, okay? And so it really was a waste of time. Your ARB did not fulfill their obligations. Your city did not fulfill their obligations. There's no sense, there's no guidance for a person who wants to do a building in the city on how to proceed, because they're afraid that when they come back here, they're going to be faced with this. So am I better off spending more money, or am I better off waiting for 2 years until we have another election and maybe, okay, we have a different set of people? So, you know, I mean, it's very, very frustrating. You cannot redesign the building. You don't like a modern building? Tell me so, okay? Tell all of us so. There are a lot of us.
So, Ms. Wong?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comments, and I think whether it's from my perspective, I think whether it's a mixed-use building or not a mixed-use building, it's how it actually can be designed to, and it's not about style, how it can be designed to include the mixed-use components, the different three components that you have, retail, commercial, and housing, how it can be designed to fit on the site or not. So I think we're about ready to vote on the motion here. So, okay.
Well, the other thing is that, you know, there are certain constraints. You know, there are structural constraints. It's not used to make just one little nest
yes,
up
ma'am.
there. I mean, it doesn't work that way, you know.
Yes, ma'am. Understood. Thank you. So we'll vote on the motion on the board, please. And that motion passes on a 5-4 vote with council members Filseth, Vice Mayor Schmidt, Mayor Holman, council members Burt and Du Bois voting aye. So, council members, item 12 has been continued to Wednesday evening, as we talked earlier. Council member questions, comments, announcements. Have we any? Councilmember Filseth.
Just very briefly, I attended the Downtown Business Improvement District board meeting this week. They sent a letter to council last month discussing recent growth of panhandling and people living in public spaces such as parking garages, and they have asked when they may expect a response to their letter.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, I want to report that from the San Francisco Creek Joint Power Authority, approximately a month ago, we received our permit from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, but it had added significant measures to it that had never been brought forward to the agency in the 2 years leading up to that. In particular, it's about removal of 2 different gas lines, one that will be coming offline as a result of this project, and one that has been buried in the ground for 50 years or so, and both of them, the Regional Water Quality Control Board wants the JPA to have those removed at significant expense. And so the JPA had a closed session a week ago and is yet attempting to determine the outcome. This item we had requested would be on the agenda of the Regional Water Quality Control Board meeting coming up in
May 13th, I think.
13th?
Yes.
And it is not going to be on the agenda, but the director of the Water Board had stated that it could be discussed in their open comments. So that's where we stand, but this thing is never over till it's over.
Seeing no other lights, the meeting is adjourned.